He was an innocent victim, killed by a hooded youth near a pub in Liverpool, just yards from his home. He was only 11 years old. The shocking news of Rhys Jones's murder made national headlines as the country faced the serious issue of escalating gun crime and gang violence. It was a crime that terrified every parent in the country. It was a crime that shook Britain. On the 22nd of August 2007, schoolboy Rhys Jones was walking home from football practice. He was shot dead by a teenage gunman on a bike.
My baby was only 11. He didn't deserve this.
The search for his killer was to become one of the biggest investigations Merseyside police had ever seen.
Today we've dedicated a further 100 officers to actually investigating this murder.
Whilst the nation demanded justice for Rhys's family, a small group closed ranks around the murder.
If you're the killer and you're watching this, turn yourself in.
This is the story of the senseless killing of Rhys Jones, told from the inside through the eyewitness accounts of the family, friends, and detectives at the heart of the case. "11-year-old Rhys Jones lived on the Croxteth Park estate in Liverpool.
Croxteth Park estate, which is predominantly housing estate. There's something like 3,000 privately owned houses. And in the middle of the estate is the Fir Tree pub. And then very close by is the only block of shops on that estate, with a medical centre, a school and a church nearby.
We've lived on that estate for 17 years. I've never felt unsafe. It's a lovely area that we live in.
Obviously seeing groups of kids knocking around, but nothing more than what you do as a youngster yourself.
It's a really lovely looking estate. You drive on it and there's trees, there's woods, there's plenty of greenery. All the houses are nice. With it being private, everyone has a bit more pride in their homes, and it's a lovely looking place.
I'd never had any worries about letting the boys go out and play. We've never had any trouble up there.
Although it's a massive estate, I would say it was quite close, really, because there's only a little block of shops, and obviously that's the centre point of the estate. I think most people know each other.
Rhys lived with his mother Mel, father Steve, and older brother Owen. It was a happy family life, where Rhys was thriving.
We were just like a normal family, Steve works permanent nights. I had a little part-time job. The boys were both at school and both doing really well. Weekends were always a bit special because Steve was always off for a weekend, and we'd always make sure we do things together as a family.
We gave him every encouragement to go out and be active and have a good time.
Rhys was a popular personality and adored by those close to him.
Rhys was a very happy and energetic little boy. He was also very funny and just a really outgoing little boy.
He's one of those lads that you couldn't be mad at for very long. And even if you were mad at him, he'd just make you laugh. He's just lovable and likeable.
Rhys was a cheeky little lad. He was always smiling, always laughing.
He was always playing tricks, and he was dead mischievous. He'd always make mud balls and start throwing them at the kids, and then all the other kids would join in, and I'd just be tearing my hair out, like shouting at him.
But Rhys's biggest passion was football.
I think the passion for football that he has took up all of his life. It was just football. Played for the Fir Tree for about 12 months. I think he played his first season. He was going into playing his second season for them.
He was a good footballer. You could see it from an early age. He could kick the ball further than other kids of his age, and you could see that there was something special about him.
It was a warm and sunny day on the 22nd of August 2007.
I'd been to work in the morning. I came home and Rhys was starting senior schools in the September. So we said I'd just go to town and get him his new uniform.
I worked permanent nights, so I'd been in bed most of that day. And I got up round about tea time. Obviously, I had my tea. Rhys, I knew was going to go and train.
He'd go training once a week and he'd play a match of a weekend.
We decided that we would get together for an extra training session because the season was due to start on the following Sunday.
But he was more excited because England were playing that night as well. So there was quite a buzz going round in the house because he wanted to get back for the match. He just had a light snack and then he just went up and put his kit on.
Rhys left home and made his way to football.
Rhys always used to take himself to training. As you come out of our house, it would be a 5-7 minute walk on one straight road straight up to the football pitches behind the shops.
The training ground would have been just to the right and slightly set back behind the pub, more or less right next to it, really.
Soon after arriving at football practice, Rhys realised he'd forgotten something.
The training session on that particular evening started about 6 o'clock. I'd asked all the kids to get there. Rhys had forgot his £5 signing on fee. And he went, "Oh, I forgot my money." And you could see him start to panic a little bit. And before I could even say anything off, he'd gone. He'd run home.
Rhys! I was sitting on the settee watching the TV when he came bursting back through the door because he'd forgotten his sign-on money. Obviously, he badgered Mel. And he just sat on the end of the couch waiting patiently for her to give him the money.
Instead of just leaving it and paying next time, he wouldn't. So I gave him his signing on fee, and because he was going to be late, I put him in the car and I drove him the couple of minutes up the road to the training field. He just kissed me on the cheek and said, "Ta-ra, Mum, I'll be home to watch England."
With his subs fully paid, Rhys finally joined his teammates.
We'd done a couple of little warm-up things, you know, we'd run round the field, then we'd do a couple of little stretching exercises. You know, there was just a couple of little exercises like that. And we never really spent much time doing that because I always thought it's better if kids are playing football rather than, you know, doing exercises.
After a successful training session, Rhys was ready to make his way home, looking forward to watching England play Germany that evening.
I was at the back of the car with the boot open, putting stuff in, and Rhys walked past the front of the car. And he said, "Ta-ra." And I said, "Where are you going? How are you getting home?" So he said, "It's all right, I'll walk." I asked Rhys to get in the car 2-3 times. And I even said to him, "No, come on, get in the car, I'll drop you off, it's no problem. Come on." And Rhys was adamant he was walking.
See you, Rhys.
It was a pleasant evening as Rhys made his way home, a journey he had made countless times before, but one that would be his last. "11-year-old schoolboy Rhys Jones was a popular and passionate footballer, adored by friends and family. He had a promising future ahead of him, a future he would be denied. Having turned down a lift from his football coach, Rhys Jones was making his way home on foot. He took his usual shortcut across the Fir Tree pub car park, only 500 yards from his home.
The 22nd of August was a hot summer's evening. The pub was very busy.
On that particular evening, England were playing Germany. A lot of people who were sat outside because of the nice weather and also because of the smoking ban. And Rhys at that time had finished his football practice and was walking a relatively short distance home from the football field.
I jumped in my car and I drove probably 50 yards, and Sean was in the passenger seat and he screamed out Rhys's name. And I looked back, I've seen Rhys hit the floor, and I knew immediately he was hurt. The first thing that entered my head was he slipped. So I slammed the brakes on in the car and I jumped out. But by the time I'd done that, Sean had opened the door and jumped out. So he got to Rhys before I did. Just before I got there, a girl got there. She worked in the pub. This girl had grabbed hold of Rhys. She was trying to administer some sort of first aid. He was lying in like a pool, literally a pool of blood. The girl was shouting to me, he's been shot.
Call an ambulance!
It's just that bit, seeing him. Sean was hysterical. So I'm shouting to Sean, he'll be all right, but I just froze, it was numb, I couldn't have done anything at all. The first thing I done was get my phone out and I phoned the ambulance and the police. And all the time, Sean's running around hysterical and I'm trying to say to Sean, he'll be okay, don't worry.
A distressed Steve didn't have Rhys's home number, so he frantically called local resident and Fir Tree football coach, Tony Edge.
I could hear the panic in his voice, and he said, Tony, I don't know what to do. Rhys has been shot.
I started to shout a little bit. Just get round there and get his mum and get her here now, immediately.
I remember just thinking, what am I going to say? What do you say to his mum or dad when they answer the door?
Shocked and panicked, Tony raced over to the Joneses' family home.
Well, I was just sitting on the settee watching the telly and there was a knock at the door. And I just opened the door and Tony was just standing there.
I said, Steve just rang me and he said Rhys has been shot, but I don't know how bad it is. That's all I know.
And he just went, you just need to come with me now. And I didn't even have the time to think, I just ran into the living room, grabbed my keys and my phone, and I just got in the car.
Well, the distance from Rhys's house to the pub car park was about a minute in the car. We were just really in silence and we were just wanting to get there as soon as possible.
I think I was just in disbelief. I couldn't comprehend what he'd said. I didn't even question what he said. I don't even think I spoke.
A stunned crowd had already started to gather around Rhys.
It seemed like there was hundreds of people all around. I couldn't see anything at first. I got out the car and I just heard someone shout, "Here's his mum." And then as I heard that voice, all the people that were together just sort of stood apart and Rhys was just on the floor. And I just ran over. I could nearly even see where he was hurt. I could just see the pool. He was lying in a pool of blood. I just put my hand under his head and I said, "Come on, Rhys, you're going to be okay, come on. You're going to be okay, I'm here now. It's going to be fine." And people were screaming and where's the ambulance? But I was just, "Come on, Rhys, just look at me, you'll be all right."
Tony never went over to Rhys. He left Mel and Tony come over to me and I was sort of trying to explain to Tony what had happened.
When I saw Steve, he was distraught, he was in tears and, he's probably thinking if we hadn't have had training that night, it wouldn't have happened.
It felt like an eternity till the ambulance arrived. It just felt like an eternity. I was still there, still holding on to him. And then when the paramedics arrive and they're working on him, and I just wanted them to help Rhys. I just wanted them to save him.
I think I was on the M57 driving along when I got a call off Mel, and it was a very, very short call just saying that Steve, you need to come home. Rhys has been shot. And the first thing that went through my mind was that some kids had an air rifle or an air pistol and they, let off a pellet or something and it struck him and, lodged him or whatever it was. I didn't for one instant think that it was a proper firearm that he'd been shot with.
Well, when we got to the hospital, everyone was there waiting for us. They're all working on them, and there's a whole team of people, and you're thinking, oh, it's going to be okay, they're going to... And they allowed me and Steve to go in, and we were rubbing his legs and took his boots off, and we were rubbing his feet, and they were telling us to talk to him, and while they were all working on him, and we were thinking, it's going to be okay, it's going to be okay, because they know what they're doing, and they can see him, but they tried so hard, didn't they?
The doctors desperately persevered to save Rhys, but he never regained consciousness.
I think the hardest thing for us was leaving Rhys in the hospital. We didn't want to go home and leave him there.
You couldn't touch him. He wasn't yours anymore. He was a crime scene.
And we just went home in shock. We just went home, and we were just sitting in Rhys's room, and we just all started crying. We couldn't understand what's happened.
At 6 o'clock, the murder of an 11-year-old boy in Liverpool.
He was shot by another youth on a BMX outside the Fir Tree pub in Croxteth.
He was shot in the neck last night in Croxteth on his way home from football practice. He died later in hospital. And the police say
knows who this killer is. This is not a time for silence. Do the right thing and turn them in.
As the shooting made headline news, across the country there was stunned disbelief. Merseyside police quickly mobilised, determined to find the schoolboy's killer.
It's probably one of the largest murder investigations that Merseyside police has run. The fact that he had no involvement and was an innocent victim in the middle of all this. The pressure was there to solve this offence and to bring the people or person responsible to justice. There's a large number of detectives who were deployed immediately onto it to conduct the outside inquiries. You've got the incident room itself, there's a lot of search teams involved, all the scientists, crime scene investigators.
In the early hours of the investigation, it was clear to the police that the shooting was gang-related.
The Croxteth Park estate itself is about less than a mile from the old Croxteth council estate. We were aware that there was gangs in mainly the old Croxteth estate.
You've got a situation in Liverpool 11 where in effect two close-knit geographical locations, which is Croxteth and Norris Green, are separated in effect by one road. And over the years there has been a number of incidents involving almost like conflict between these two groups, which had escalated and had started to actually use guns.
We were aware of certain things that had gone on in the past, between Norris Green and Croxteth Crew and stuff like that, but we'd never been a part of it. We never witnessed any of it. We just never thought that it'd overspill onto our estate.
The whole scenario of there being gangs on the estate and young boys having guns just seemed a world away from the life that we were living. I just couldn't comprehend it.
I just wanted to understand. I just wanted to know what had gone on, why someone could shoot an 11-year-old boy. Because I knew that Rhys didn't hang around with those type of people. All his mates were all just good lads.
The very next day, Rhys's parents conducted a press conference, pleading for witnesses.
Someone knows who's done it. And I know people must be frightened, but they've got to think that they can't leave this killer out there. It could be their son, it could be their brother next time, because it'll happen again. If he's not caught, it'll happen again.
As witnesses close to the scene came forward, they described a teenage boy riding a bike.
There were 3 shots fired in total by the gunman on the night. The first one was aimed at 2 lads who were riding their bikes across the pub car park. They then rode off on their bikes, and he's obviously tracked them, aiming at them again, and has fired a second time. That bullet struck Rhys, and then amazingly the gunman continued and fired a further shot, the third shot, still obviously tracking his intended target at that time, even though clearly Rhys had already fallen to the floor, having been struck.
There was eyewitnesses who told us they'd seen the gunman, but unfortunately none of those were able to identify him.
The police quickly obtained CCTV footage of the killer on his bike, hoping it would help their investigation.
The significant piece of CCTV footage that we had and was used in this case was that taken from the pub system itself. That showed the gunman obviously approaching from the rear and going to either side of the pub. At that stage, he's clearly looking for his intended victims. You see him come back across the rear of the pub, and he then comes out the other side, which is at the point where he stood astride his bike and fired his weapon 3 times.
When the gunman left the scene, we knew that he'd driven through the Croxteth Park estate on his bike. He'd crossed over Fir Tree Drive North and was narrowly missed by passing traffic, and across into Dam Wood, which is a wooded area that separates Croxteth Park and the old Croxteth estate.
Unfortunately, it wasn't that clear with regards to the face of the gunman. But what it did give us, which is quite crucial, was the actual dimensions of the bike.
As the killer made off with the gun, the pressure was now on the police to locate the gunman, bike, and the murder weapon.
It was important to identify the offender at an early stage. Obviously, there's a youth out there who's armed, could well use that gun again, or himself could become a target for retribution.
Rhys Jones was shot in the neck on his way back home from playing football in Croxteth, Liverpool. The gunman fled the scene with the murder weapon. His mother, Mel, raced to the scene where she cradled her dying son in her arms. Rhys Jones's death shocked a nation. The local community was struggling to make sense of the tragedy.
Everyone was just staying inside, that, you know, because people were frightened. People were frightened that it was going to happen again, you know, because, you know, if it could happen to Rhys, it could happen to absolutely anybody.
I think the circumstances of Rhys being shot and killed created an element of fear, and rightly so, within the community. People knew that we hadn't arrested the offender. You've got to put yourselves in the position of a parent living in that location and thinking that could have been my child.
You do have an instinct to keep your children safe, especially after something like that's happened. The streets around here were empty of kids.
People on the estate were obviously very protective of their young children. It certainly changed my view on where Sean could go and who he'd play with. I wouldn't let him go 2-3 streets away on his own. If he was going round to his friends, I'd drop him off there and I'd pick him up.
In the early stages of the murder investigation, the police already had a prime suspect. Postings on a social networking site had already named one boy as the alleged killer. 16-year-old Sean Mercer.
You did hear teenagers saying things, and obviously Mercer's name was all over the internet that night.
Mercer had a number of previous convictions, only a small amount for relatively minor crime. There was an ASBO in force against him at the time, but he was well known to the local police as being one of the youths who caused trouble, and he was related to the Croxteth crew.
Rhys was shot on the evening of Wednesday, the 22nd of August. By the Friday, what we had then was a number of pieces of information and intelligence that had come into us to suggest who the potential suspects were in this. By the Saturday, so you're talking 3 days after the murder of Rhys, a number of arrests were made on the morning. Sean Mercer was arrested on that day with a lad by the name of Dean Kelly, as was James Yates.
Mercer, because we thought he was the gunman, was put on an identification parade, and 5 witnesses who'd actually seen the gunman fire the gun across the car park were asked to attend that parade. None of them were able to identify Mercer as the gunman. When Mercer was initially interviewed, he gave a prepared statement through his solicitor, which said he'd been in the company of Dean Kelly, a friend of his, at the relevant time. He also said in that statement that the 2 bicycles we recovered from his house on the Saturday morning were the only bikes that he had. None of those 2 bikes matched the bike that we'd seen on the CCTV of the offender.
The Croxteth crew gang closed ranks around Sean Mercer. Even his mother, Jeanette Mercer, who was present at the police interview, vouched for her son. At this stage in the investigation, there simply wasn't enough evidence to categorically prove Mercer was the murderer.
We know that if these people are going to try and, cover the tracks and hide, we know it's going to be difficult. We know it's going to be a long, hard slog. We just thought, well, we're in for a long haul here.
There was an element of silence around the actual offender, but only carried out by the people who knew and assisted him at the relevant time.
With no actual eyewitness, no murder weapon, and no bike, Merseyside police had no choice but to release Mercer and his accomplices back into the community.
It was frustrating letting Mercer go. Everything at that stage was pointing towards him being responsible for the murder of Rhys. And we knew at that stage that it was going to be quite a long and protracted inquiry.
The name of the offender is being mentioned in the community and was quite widely known.
We specifically asked that we didn't want to know any names from the onset, as that, because there was a lot of rumours going around. There was a lot of, the reasons why and how and stuff like that.
Personally, we didn't want to know. We knew there was names being bantered about, but we didn't want to know until that person was actually charged with Rhys's murder. We didn't want to know.
We had to get the evidence sufficient to charge and build an appropriate case to put before the Crown Court. We just can't put people away whilst we gather the evidence.
If you're the killer and you're watching this, turn yourself in. Similarly, if you know who is the gunman or who put the gun in his hand, do the right thing.
And I think if someone had walked into a police station and held a hand up and said, I'm the person responsible, or, I'm in connection with it, then, it makes things a lot easier, not only for the police, but obviously for us.
Thousands of mourners gathered at Liverpool's Anglican Cathedral for the funeral service of Rhys Jones. The murdered schoolboy was laid to rest. With emotions running high, the pressure was on Merseyside police to find the gun and the missing bike, which would crucially link Sean Mercer to the murder of Rhys Jones. In a desperate bid to uncover the killer's movements, the police pressed on their intelligence to reveal more.
There was 2 calls made to Mercer before the murder of Rhys, and obviously what we would infer from that is that they were calls to say that the intended victim was in the area.
Police used Mercer's phone logs and CCTV footage to establish the sequence of events around the time of the murder.
He left on his bike just after 6 o'clock, and from there he went into the old Croxteth estate, where he was captured on a number of CCTV cameras riding his bike, and we believe he actually collected the gun that he used to kill Rhys from James Yates's girlfriend's house on Croxteth estate.
We established that the offender, having taken possession of the gun, he then went and carried out the shooting, obviously striking Rhys in that process.
Following the shooting, Mercer rode off to the home of a 15-year-old boy, referred to as Boy M.
We believe Mercer chose Boy M's house for a number of reasons. A, it was the closest of his associates to the Croxteth Park estate, so he could get there quickly and get off the streets as quick as possible. And also Boy M was only 15 years old at the time, and while not a member of the Croxteth crew, he had been involved in gang activity. He was young, he had behavioural problems himself, and Mercer knew he could tell Boy M what to do, and Boy M would do it.
It was from Boy M's house that Mercer hatched his plan.
Mercer made a series of telephone calls to his associates, and effectively he called his gang members in to assist him, and they helped by making plans to dispose of the gun, dispose of his clothing, douse him in petrol to get rid of any forensic evidence, and also to get rid of the bikes. It's a belief that petrol will dispose of any of the residue that's discharged from a firearm when you've been in close proximity to it being fired.
But which of the Croxteth crew gang members were involved? Melvin Coy, age 24.
He made a phone call to Mercer about 20 to 7, informing him of the people being present from the opposing group.
Gary Case, age 24.
He made a phone call to Sean Mercer just before 7:10 to alert him to the fact that members of the opposing group were in the area on the pub car park.
James Yates, age 19.
James Yates was an associate of Sean Mercer, and he had actually given the gun to Mercer on the night in question.
Nathan Quinn, age 16.
He attended at the friend's address with James Yates immediately in the aftermath of the shooting of Rhys.
Dean Kelly, age 16.
He's a friend of Mercer, who he was actually with at the time when Mercer was arrested. It was 3 days after the murder of Rhys. Dean Kelly, at that point, gave an alibi, in effect, for Sean Mercer.
On the night of the murder, Mercer, Yates and Quinn got into Melvin Coy's Ford Galaxy. They drove probably 1.5 miles, 2 miles to the Kirby Industrial Estate, where Melvin Coy had access to a lockup, and it was there that Mercer's clothes were burned and Mercer was cleansed of any firearms residue using petrol. And as a result of examining CCTV, we were able to identify Melvin Coy's Ford Galaxy entering the estate. We did execute a search warrant there. The only things of significance that we found in that lockup were 3 empty petrol cans.
Having quite clearly established Sean Mercer's movements, the police needed to trace what had happened to the murder weapon.
As a result of intelligence that we'd received, a search warrant was executed at the home address of Boy X. In the loft, we recovered a Smith & Wesson revolver, a self-loading pistol and ammunition that fitted both of those guns.
The type of residue that was recovered by the forensic scientists from the gun matched the residue that was recovered from Rhys's football shirt that he was wearing at the time.
Boy X was arrested and interviewed.
He gave us an account that Mercer had phoned him, told him to come to Boy M's house, went into the house and was confronted by Mercer, who gave him the package and told him to take it back and hide it. Our boy X was petrified. He felt intimidated by Mercer.
Mercer called boy X because he knew of him and knew him from the area, but boy X was not a member of the same group that Mercer was. Boy X took the gun to his home address and he left it in the back garden. And then on the Sunday, another associate of the main offender moved that gun into the loft of boy X's address.
With such a crucial statement, Merseyside Police took the unusual decision to file an application with the Crown Prosecution Service to offer boy X immunity.
The use of that legislation is very, very rare, and particularly where a youth is concerned. Witness testimony from boy X was a major part in the inquiry.
The evidence was slowly mounting against Mercer and his gang. As the police were waiting to hear back from the CPS, they still needed to track down a vital missing piece of the evidence that would bring Mercer to justice. In August 2007, schoolboy Rhys Jones was gunned down by a teenage killer riding a bike. Merseyside Police arrested and questioned various youths from Liverpool's notorious Croxteth crew gang, including prime suspect Sean Mercer. But despite having to release Mercer and his gang members as they carried out further investigation, the police were quickly converting intelligence into evidence. Having recovered the murder weapon, the police were now awaiting approval from the CPS to see whether boy X would be granted immunity if he testified against Mercer. But there was still the question of the missing bike.
The bike that Mercer had used, we knew had gone back to his home address later that evening from witness accounts. But from his home address, we didn't know where it had gone, and it remained outstanding.
The police launched a fresh appeal to help trace the bike.
Following our press appeal, a member of the public came forward and said that he'd been cycling himself in the Kirby area near to the industrial estate, and he'd found the bike frame minus its wheels and taken it back. Forensic examination of the bike revealed Mercer's DNA on the bike itself.
Mercer's mother, knowing that he had possession of that bike, she deliberately misled the police during the search by saying that bikes that we recovered at the offender's home address were the only bikes that he owned, and she repeated that fact during a later police interview. There's a huge difference between even believing that her son had done it and actually deliberately lying during police interviews, during the police search, and quite clearly trying to frustrate the police investigation.
We'd recovered the bike frame, we'd recovered the gun, and we had other witness accounts which basically blew Mercer's alibi away.
And the whole estate knows it.
All that remained was a decision from the Crown Prosecution Service on boy X. In April 2008, the CPS had made their decision.
When the Attorney General had made the decision that boy X was going to be offered immunity from prosecution, within days we re-interviewed boy X, obtained his witness account. He entered into the agreement with the Crown Prosecution Service that he would give truthful evidence in return for the immunity from prosecution.
On the 15th of April 2008, Merseyside Police arrested 14 people, including Sean Mercer, James Yates, Gary Kays, Melvin Coy, Dean Kelly, Nathan Quinn and boy M.
And they were subsequently charged, Mercer with the murder of Rhys and the others with assisting him to dispose of evidence. When Mercer was arrested on the 15th of April, he was interviewed again he produced a prepared statement in which he denied any involvement in the murder of Rhys and chose not to answer any further questions. Gary Kays and Melvin Coy basically denied being involved in assisting Mercer. The others, when they were interviewed, there was a mixture of people choosing not to answer questions, saying no comment.
As well as the Croxteth crew gang members, a number of adults were also arrested.
Because we knew Jeanette Mercer had lied to us when she'd made witness statements, saying that Sean Mercer had only had the 2 bikes we'd recovered from the house, and because she had possession of his mountain bike on the night of the murder, a decision was made to arrest her.
He said, at his house?
She denied any involvement.
Unless someone had taken it?
James Yates's parents, Francis and Marie Yates, were heavily involved in trying to assist Mercer and their own son. We know that Francis and Marie Yates burnt a SIM card that the police failed to find when they'd searched James Yates's house, and that was the SIM card that he'd been using at the time, and that was crucial evidence.
I think it was shocking, sort of like the help that they got, and it wasn't, so much as, Mercer and his mates that sort of like, took him away, whisked him away and doused him with the petrol, got rid of evidence, got rid of the bike and stuff like that. But it's the adults that were involved with it as well.
Almost 14 months after Rhys's murder, the trial took place at Liverpool Crown Court. Sean Mercer pleaded not guilty.
Throughout the trial, Mercer and his 6 associates were in the dock and frequently would be laughing and joking and not listening to what was going on.
And it was an 11-week trial, and it was a terrible ordeal for us to go through and to listen to, and you're scared to let your emotions out because you think if you do, you're never going to stop crying. You're never going to pull yourself together again.
I think it's fair to say that the behaviour of Sean Mercer and all those people in the dock with him at that time was poor, to say the least. This was all done in front of Rhys's mum and dad as well. I think that is unforgivable, but I also think it actually shows the type of people that we're dealing with here.
The jury found Mercer guilty of the murder of Rhys Jones. He was sentenced to 22 years in prison.
Mercer showed no remorse at all. Even when he was sentenced, very little emotion on his face.
He's destroyed us. He destroys our life.
In order to get your head around things, you need somebody to be charged. You need somebody to be found guilty. You've got to have a sentence that you feel reflects the enormity of what they've done.
We got justice for Rhys, because as the sentencing goes, Sean Mercer got the maximum what he could get. And in the eyes of the law, we've got justice. But I personally feel life should mean life. He should spend the rest of his life in jail.
These people should realise that, if they're going to go around firing guns and murdering people, then, they should spend the rest of their life in prison.
There does need to be change regarding guns and gangs. But as a parent, I don't know the answers to that. I think the police and the politicians need to sort that out.
I, like any other cop, is going to sit here and say to you that we would like it to be no incident of gun crime. But unfortunately, there are firearms out there. There are people who are prepared to use them.
Something needs to be done. It could start with tougher sentencing, give the judges the tools to do the job, get these people off the streets, get them to learn the lesson that, you know, if you're going to get caught with a gun, you're going to end up with a hefty sentence, and, you know, and make them serve that sentence.
But Rhys's death would not be in vain.
We've set a charity up in Rhys's name. It's the Rhys Jones Memorial Fund. The charity is to raise enough money to build a much needed community centre in Croxteth Park, where we live. Somewhere for all the kids to go, keep them off the streets, keep them busy, give them an interest.
I work quite closely with Steve Gagan, which is, we do a soccer competition each year for the kids. Fair Tree take part, you know, the old lads that Rhys used to play football with, and it's a really, really good competition.
Rhys just lived for football. Everything evolved around football, and in terms of keeping Rhys's memory alive, then the most appropriate way to do it is through football.
I just remember Rhys as being a really bubbly, lovable lad. He'd just make you laugh.
I just remember Rhys smiling. He was always smiling, he was always laughing, always joking around. And he was always his most happiest when he was playing football.
April 1999. London in the UK was the centre of an unprecedented terror attack.
I pulled my hand out and it was like full of blood. And then I put my hand on my head and there was like something sticking out my head.
The blast just caught me.
A lone right-wing fanatic went on a one-man rampage, killing 3 people and injuring hundreds.
I feel nothing. I did what I had to do.
Area within a minute just turned like a war zone.
He left a trail of destruction through the capital, lasting 2 weeks, making this a crime that shook Britain. Saturday the 17th of April, Brixton Market, South London, was packed with weekend shoppers and traders.
I was at Brixton Market because my friends had to go to work up there and I went with them to spend the day.
As Miles MacLeod helped his friend on the market stall, Paul Maskell was managing his staff and customers in a supermarket just yards away.
I was just like the day-to-day managing of the store, doing staff rotas, just normal everyday managing of a retail unit. It was coming to the end of the day, it was all looking forward to going home.
As Paul's day drew to a close, Miles and his friend waited for some extra trade.
Everyone else started packing up kind of early because some people didn't have a good day, but we was going to stay a little bit longer because we didn't have to be anywhere till early evening.
The bustling market was still heaving with people when Miles noticed something suspicious.
I walked down to go to the shop, and then on the way back, I noticed the bag. And I let my friend know, and my friend come over and started walking around the bag, asking people if it was their bag. And they said no. So my friend goes to me, pick it up.
Miles went to investigate, unaware the contents of the bag would change his life forever.
So I picked it up, and then we walked round to Electric Avenue and we opened the bag, and that's when we noticed it was a bomb. I had to actually look twice because you could actually see the nails, the Tupperware box, the batteries, the wires, and then you knew it was an explosive device.
Brixton was still packed full of shoppers, all unaware of what Miles and his friend had discovered.
I took it seriously straight away because I've never seen anything like that before. As soon as I've noticed and I've told my friends to get away, and we started to stop people trying to get people away from it.
As Miles attempted to alert people of the danger, others were not so wary of the device in front of them.
Some people heeded the warnings, others didn't. And one man in particular went up to the bag, it was a nice bag, a head bag, and took the device out of the bag and walked off with the bag.
The little gentleman what was on the fruit stall picked the bomb up from there and put it next to the green bin next to Iceland. But at this time, they thought it was a joke still. They thought it wasn't real. And it got moved 3 times. Me moving the bomb getting taken out of the bag, and then the bomb getting put next to icing.
The makeshift bomb, packed with nails and stuffed into a plastic box, had been sat at Brixton Market for over 30 minutes.
The security guard come in and told me he felt someone had left a bomb outside. I couldn't really take that serious and just carried on the phone call really and ignored him. I could see that he was getting quite agitated about the events that were going on outside. He came in and told me and more or less insisted that I go outside now and have a look to see what was going on out there. And went outside and there was a crowd of people gathering around. We wasn't sure what a bomb would look like. We felt it would be like a big alarm clock with orange sticks underneath it. But this one turned out to be in a shoebox with a Tupperware box on top of it.
Paul, along with the crowd now gathering, wasn't convinced the device was real.
The guy was pointing out to me that there was like nails in the top and you could see wires, and he was convinced that was a bomb and we should do something about it. So I thought the first thing I should do is go and phone the police while the security guard was trying to keep people back. Not too many people at that time were taking much notice of him, and he was doing as best as he could trying to keep people back.
I've seen police across the road, so I've run across the road. I've told him there's an explosive over there, there's a bomb over there, and he got his notepad out and goes, "What's your name and address?"
I went inside the store, phoned the police. They told me I should evacuate the store and keep people away. Yet again, I couldn't really believe it was a bomb, so I took no notice of the police and didn't evacuate the place, and went outside saying this just can't be a bomb. And we got within a few feet of it, and then it went off.
A terrifying explosion has devastated the heart of Brixton in London.
An explosion in South London has injured dozens of people. The blast in Brixton is being treated as a major incident.
A holdall containing more than 1,000 nails and deadly explosives had been planted near the crowded market. The Metropolitan Police had been given no warning and no motive. They were dealing with a ruthless terrorist whose intention was to kill and maim.
Everything went completely black.
The explosion threw Paul Maskell off his feet.
When I came to, I was leaning against one of the freezers in the store, and I thought I'd wet myself, and I thought to myself, am I going to survive the day now where I've wet my trousers? And I put my hand inside my trousers, and I pulled my hand out, and it was like full of blood. And then I put my hand on my head, and there was like something sticking out my head, and I just thought, I just didn't know what was going on there.
It was just havoc. Everyone was running everywhere. There was smoke, glass. It was bad.
There was phone calls coming in that there was a possibility that there was a bomb had been discovered in Brixton near the Iceland store, and just as the information was being relayed, then there was a call to say that it had gone off. There was no warning, there was no suggestion of trying to prevent it happening. It was just armed, put down, and the person that put it down just walked away. They had the time then, they could have made a telephone call, but there was no communication then.
It was just smoke, dust and glass falling. In Brixton High Road, you've got high houses at the top of the shops, and them windows got more affected than any. And it was like raining glass and dust.
There were more than 1,000 nails in the bomb, and of course they cut into people. There were various people had lots of nails in, and in particular a little child had a 4-inch nail stuck in their skull.
Well, the initial priority is obviously rescue and recovery of the injured people. Anything to do with the crime scene waits until that's all been done. We've got the explosion, the site of the explosion, the distance of where all the debris, there was a damaged bus, damaged vehicles that had some of the device inside them, so potential evidence. Eyewitness accounts, even those that weren't seriously injured, were able to tell us what was happening. So as much as CCTV was recovered, many of the systems were poorly maintained or of poor quality, and they were all different. So to play back the different types of CCTV in itself was a headache. But you are then looking eventually at the scene of the explosion to recover what you can, because in most explosions, not all of the device is destroyed, it doesn't all vaporise, there are bits left to recover. And parts of the device were recovered, and that became a major part of one of the lines of the investigation.
Keith Pearce and his officers discovered that the bomb had originally been placed at a bus stop, then moved 3 times before detonating outside the Iceland store. 50 people had been injured as a result of the blast. Remarkably, no one was killed. But officers needed to track down the ruthless culprit, and fast.
The initial pressure, I suppose, is that people want to get the streets back open to normality, the shops want to open again, and people want to go about their business. So the initial pressure is more localised. There is obviously then a local government concern and a national government concern, because bombing is still a fairly rare occurrence in the UK. So there is an issue about what it's about. One thing about bombings is that usually once somebody makes one, they've done it for a purpose or a reason. So it's always thought that can there be another one?
There was a fear. No one knew who was responsible, but the feeling in the community was that this was something to do with race, that Brixton was associated with black people. But the hope was that it was a one-off.
Within days, underground right-wing group Combat 18 came forward claiming responsibility. Police were keen to stress they were looking into other leads, as well as this theory. Hundreds of hours of police time were spent scouring CCTV for any leads, in a rush to find the bomber.
When you're trying to find one person from a busy Saturday afternoon shopping with no particular lead, and no one had identified who put the device down by then, it took all of that week still following the various cameras and the different angles to try and plot the movement of it. It's a very, very long day, slow process.
But the days of painstaking detective work paid off when Keith Pearce and his colleagues finally spotted something crucial on the footage.
The breakthrough came when a man was identified carrying a bag across his back, and then after the explosion, he was seen minus a bag.
This was a major lead. A lone figure cutting through the bustling crowd of shoppers could be the key to the investigation.
He was focused on early on, but the quality of the pictures is nothing like you see today. It was all very grainy, distant. You could just about do the shade of black and white. Very hard, but that was a key start for us.
7 days after the explosion, the community of Brixton were trying to come to terms with the attack. As officers tried to work on the image from CCTV, they continued searching for witnesses.
The key thing the following Saturday, as in many crimes, you go over it again. You have an anniversary event to try and find witnesses who may have been there.
As police searched for further clues to the tragedy, 5 miles across the city on Brick Lane, Dr. Hack and her family were heading home.
We are returning to our North London home. As we are passing near the Brick Lane, suddenly we decided that to do some little shopping and to buy some Bengali newspaper. At that time, I was stopped by one of my patients, and we are chatting. We parked our car on the Brick Lane, and just before 6, as we are just about to return, so we are about to just cross the road. My husband was on the other side. Whole area was really in dark cloud that you could not see what is happening, and My whole body was covered with the glass splinters. All the windows were broken, smashed, and you didn't know what is happening.
We had a team in Brixton at the time, around the 5 o'clock time, to try and jog people's minds. And while that was happening over in Brick Lane, we then had another phone call to say somebody thought that they may have found another device. And at that same time, when the phone calls were being made, a second device had gone off almost similar time, a week later to the one that had gone off in Brixton.
Almost to the hour, 7 days on from Brixton, police were dealing with another terrorist attack. The explosion had ripped through the heart of the Asian community in East London, injuring 13 people and causing severe damage to surrounding buildings.
That was really, really horrific, horrifying, and really, really, I have never experienced like that in my life.
Early indications are that the device had gone off in the back of a car. So, of course, again, one of the initial thoughts was this the bomber with the device in a car that had gone off? And so, therefore, did we have either the bomber with the car or some evidence to be obtained from the car? But we found out fairly early on that, similar to the first device, people do strange things when they come across a bag with a bomb in it. And we weren't to be as lucky as finding the bomb in the bomber's car. It was in an innocent person's car.
Police discovered that the device had again been moved by a concerned member of the public.
The bomb had been left in a side street to Brick Lane. A man had seen it there in a bag, had picked it up, opened it, and seen, again, what looked like a bomb inside.
They thought it may have been a workman's bag with tools. It obviously wasn't, and there was obviously the event the week before. So the person left it in his car, closed the boot, went off to try and find a police station to report he may have found something. And again, just ironically, when the phone calls are being made about, I think I may have found a bomb in a bag, it's in the back of my car, the bomb goes off. So people are injured again by the blast, but the blast is contained within a car, but the car was totally destroyed. So again, just by chance, less people are injured because a member of the public had put it in the boot of their car.
Keith Pearce and his colleagues were now looking for a hardline terrorist, someone waging a hate campaign targeting specific communities. But whoever the culprit was, they weren't giving anything away. Yet again, no warning and no motive had been given.
It was clear with this second bomb in Brick Lane that what was happening was someone out to get the ethnic minorities. Brixton, full of black people. Brick Lane, usually full of Asian people. So here was a racist bomber, or bombers, and they were out to kill and maim people. And it was amazing that up till then, no one had been killed.
The pressure was mounting because this was almost a week later to almost the exact time. We've got a description from the man who found it and put it in his car and had a look at it. So it gave us a bit of an indication, and because people aren't every day making devices and setting off explosive devices, it was a good indicator that it was the same or similar device. And then within the next few days, you can start finding that as an evidential fact that they're the same manufactured type of device.
Police were fairly certain they were now dealing with the same bomber. But with little to go on and with pressure mounting, officers were in a race against time to identify who was responsible. Finally, after sending the grainy image to specialists, they get their first major breakthrough.
I would wish to question this man, who I'm asking people to identify.
The Metropolitan Police have released an image of the most wanted man in Britain. A lone figure they believe is responsible for 2 terrifying explosions in London. Having attacked communities in Brixton and Brick Lane over 2 weekends, officers are in a race against time to catch the culprit before he strikes again.
With the pressure building up after the bombings on the Saturdays, Obviously, there's an obvious consideration, is there going to be a third one on the following Saturday, and hence that's why we decided to go public with the photograph. We had a fair amount of CCTV footage, and it was considered, could it be enhanced, as you see on the television, to get a better quality. It was trying to get a picture that you could at least someone may be able to recognise by just changing the colouring and the shading and the shadow on the picture. And a picture eventually was prepared for a press release.
Despite the poor quality, police believed they had enough for a public appeal. This was now their number one suspect. The image was released to the media in an urgent bid for vital information. With the weekend approaching, there was widespread fear in the capital.
It was clear it was a racist bomber and a serial bomber. So people were worried that there was going to be another attack, a third attack, and the fear was no one knew where that was going to be and who was going to be attacked.
This was the second Saturday. Were we then going to be facing something on the third Saturday?
Despite the grainy quality, officers hoped someone would recognise the man in the image. With a slight build, blue jacket, jeans and baseball cap, his appearance was fairly ordinary. But thankfully, information started to come in.
Photograph generates a lot of calls that have to be followed up.
Incident room.
You have to make a judgment call which have a higher priority than other calls. So the pressure does mount.
Yeah, could I have your number, please?
Long hours of working, knowing that you might be the one that's going to make that breakthrough to find the suspect and hopefully prevent it happening again.
It was released on the Thursday lunchtime following the Brick Lane bomb, and the police had, for all that time since Brixton, been trawling through the CCTV that they had, and they struck lucky eventually because he was wearing a white baseball cap.
From his pattern so far, officers had reason to believe the terrorist would strike again in 2 days' time. If no information came forward from the public, they faced their third disaster in 11 days.
During the course of the Friday, we had an incident room running because of the public appeal, and there were many phone calls coming in.
Police were inundated with calls from people desperate to help. As officers followed up possible leads, one particular call caught their attention.
At about 5:25, was from a man who said that he worked with somebody that he thought was the person in the photograph. It was very vague, but he named him as David Copeland. He identified where he lived, and he based it on the fact that he worked with him.
David Copeland was 22 and from Middlesex. One of 3 boys from a middle-class family, his mother was a nurse and father an engineer.
On paper, there was nothing really to suggest he was going to carry out such crimes.
He just seemed to be a loner, left school. I think the expression was as if he was invisible. He wasn't remembered by many people.
He had no girlfriends. He didn't really have any friends at all. He had an inferiority complex. At school, he was bullied.
It was during his adolescent years that cracks began to appear.
He was, in his mid-teens, already a racist, and he tried to avoid any contact with any racial minority. And he'd also developed a taste for violence. He was a little violent himself, particularly when drunk. He had 3 convictions. They were sort of fairly minor. One was for criminal damage, one for assault on a neighbour, and one for taking something away without paying for it.
Other than his petty crimes, Copeland managed to stay off the police radar, moving to London after leaving school to work as an engineer on the Underground Rail network.
He worked with his father, and the father, when he'd been presented with the photograph of Copeland in the newspapers by a workmate, the father saw the photograph. The workmate said, "That looks like David, your son David." And the father said, "No, it couldn't be. It couldn't be. It doesn't look like him, and anyway, he always wears a dark baseball cap. He hasn't got a white baseball cap."
But Copeland's colleague had his doubts and contacted police. Officers now had a firm lead and had to respond quickly. Meanwhile, across town, Gary Reid was preparing for a night out.
On the day that it happened, it was a day off for me, and a beautiful day. It was the beginning of a bank holiday weekend. I'd had a sort of a lie-in, and I thought, I'll walk into town, see what's going on.
As Gary set off for the heart of London, Tommy Douglas was heading into Soho.
We travelled to the West End, walked round the corner. It was very busy. You know, everybody happy, enjoying themselves. Typical bank holiday, you know. Admiral Duncan opened its shutters.
I had originally intended to wander around and have a look at some of the theatres, and then sort of wind myself home through the back way. I'd heard of the Admiral Duncan. I think I'd been there once. It wasn't the most favourite place in the world, but it was open, and there weren't too many people in it, and I thought, I'll go in for a half.
The Admiral Duncan in the centre of Soho was starting to get busy for the bank holiday. As Tommy, Gary, Nick and friends ordered drinks, Keith Pearce and his officers were desperately trying to find more crucial information about their number one suspect.
Paul Mifsud gave them Copeland's name, said he was fairly sure that he was the bomber, and gave a telephone number for where he was living. The trouble was the person within BT who could check an address against the landline telephone number, he'd gone off for the weekend. The police pressed the urgency of this matter on BT, and the person was contacted at home, had to come back in to find an address, and it was through that that the police went to arrest him.
As officers quickly gathered intelligence, revellers at the Admiral Duncan began to enjoy their weekend.
It was quiet, but the music was going in the background, and as I said, they'd open up the whole front. So there was a warm breeze, there were people chattering. You know, it was a nice atmosphere.
As the pub started to get busier, one of the bar workers noticed something suspicious.
Someone started looking at the bag and wondering about it, and one of the people working behind the bar even in fact looked over the bar down at the bag and was about to inquire whose bag it was as a result of the security briefing they'd been given.
The first inkling I got of anything wrong was a feeling of, first of all, was complete and utter silence. No noise at all. Gone from a bar where there was chattering, there was noise, there was music. Complete and utter silence. I remember a lady, I remember looking up at her, but she had a red beret on, and she caught me before I fell. So I was in her arms, and I was looking up at her, and I could see her mouth opening and closing, and I'm sure she was crying, and I could tell she was screaming, but couldn't hear a thing.
Couldn't move my body. I felt I was nailed to the floor.
People have spoken of individuals being thrown 30 feet by the force of the blast.
And when I went to move anything at all, it was from the waist down was complete pain.
When this particular bomb went off, it destroys the bar where it's near, it brings down the roof, it blows the walls out and then sucks the walls back in, so they're all over the place. People are sitting near the device. In fact, 2 men are killed and a pregnant woman.
I believe that this is linked to the other cowardly attacks that have occurred in London over the last few days.
Despite a nationwide appeal, the terrorist had struck a third time. The device tore through Soho, causing the biggest devastation so far.
Well, I had seen it on television, and then my husband said all this.
lots of people in London that it won't be him, but then he was a bit concerned and we hadn't heard. We tried his mobile phone and he wasn't answering it.
A nail bomb went off tonight in a crowded pub in central London, the third such explosion in the capital inside a fortnight.
The target, a gay pub, the Admiral Duncan in Soho's Old Compton Street.
2 people died tonight when a nail bomb ripped through a packed pub in central London.
A terrifying explosion has torn through a pub in Soho. Of those caught in the blast, one victim is Jeremy Moore's brother, Nick.
My father rang me at about 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning and said, "I think you better come down." You're really at that stage, you're just in a sense of shock and disbelief. It can't happen to us. Why would it happen to us?
Jeremy's brother, Nick Moore, and his friend Andrea Dykes were killed in the blast. Andrea was 3 months pregnant, and her husband Julian was seriously injured. Their best man at their wedding, John Light, also died in the explosion. 142 people's lives have now been devastated by the bombers' terrifying campaign.
People are walking wounded and severely injured by the blast, and the bar itself is now becoming unstable to be in because of the nature of the blast has made it, the roof is coming down and it's very unsafe, and obviously all people want to do is get outside, and there are quite sort of some iconic pictures of people then just sitting on the pavement and being tended by their friends or passers-by while they're waiting to be treated by the ambulance. It's a frustration for us that it happened. It was always a concern that when we went public, would it cause the bomber to stop, or would it change the timetable?
So at that stage, 3 bombs, all aimed against minorities, blacks, Asians and homosexuals. The fear was really increasing because people did wonder in the minority groups whether it was going to be getting too hot for the bomber in London with all the police activity, that the bomber or bombers would be moving to other cities to do bombings there.
The terrorist had waged his hate campaign over 3 weekends. All attacks had been in the capital, but now the rest of the UK was on high alert. Whilst the Metropolitan Police were dealing with the devastation, a team of officers were scrambling to catch the killer.
On that evening, a phone call came into the office and we were told to go down to Hampshire. Once we got the information about the Yard being interested in this bit of information, we went to the door. It just felt like forever that we were knocking, banging. We weren't just knocking at the door, we were knocking on windows. A lady came to the door who obviously was in a very deep sleep.
David Copeland live here?
We asked whether David Copeland lived at the address, and she said, well, there's a David at the address, but I don't know what his surname is. So we walked up the stairs, myself and 2 colleagues, knocked on the door. There was a reply from him, who is it? We identified ourselves as police officers. What do you want? I said, we wanted to speak to David Copeland. Is that you? What do you want to talk about? And I said, well, if you open the door, I'll tell you, and sort of half expecting the door not to be opened, and then I could hear some movement and a bang inside the address, and with the information that we sort of had with them being interested, and somebody being called David in the address, and then the adrenaline sort of started flowing a little bit. The door then opened, and standing in front of us was David Copeland, definitely the person that was on the video, wearing nothing but a pair of blue tracksuit bottoms. And then got in and arrested him straight away for the bombings at Brixton and Brick Lane and the one on the evening at Soho, and straight away, without any prompting, he said, yeah, they're all down to me, I did them by myself.
David Copeland didn't resist arrest and surprised officers with his immediate admission of guilt. But as they searched his bedsit, they discovered evidence that revealed his extreme beliefs.
Straight away, behind was a big red, black and white Nazi flag on the wall, and next to that were cutouts from magazines or photographs of other bomb scenes of people with injuries and the results of bombs, with a whole raft of pictures on the walls.
Alarmingly, his sickening shrine also included pictures from the devastation he'd caused in London.
He said that there was 2 litres of ammonium nitrate, which didn't mean to me, but bearing in mind he just admitted that he was the bomber, there had to be something to do with explosives, and there were some firework boxes underneath the bed. That was an obvious risk. So I spoke to one of my colleagues and said, look, you're going to have to evacuate the houses nearby.
Copeland had purchased large boxes of fireworks, taking out the gunpowder for his devices. He'd also heavily armed himself. Officers found a crossbow and gas-powered pistol in his room. He was rushed back to London for questioning, where he freely discussed his reign of terror. Here is Copeland's actual police interview. Shockingly, he reveals why he planted the bomb in Soho the day before.
Thursday afternoon, when I had over the radio, they got pictures of me.
Where were you at this point, sorry?
In one of these sex shops.
As he left the shop, he saw a copy of the Evening Standard, which had a photographs of the suspect bomber on the front page. He saw that it was him, and he knew, or felt, that he was close to being captured.
Gone home, back to Farnborough, and I thought I was going to be, grabbed.
That's Thursday afternoon.
That's right, yeah.
So you would have arrived home in Farnborough about what time?
I'll say I got back about 9 o'clock, 8:30, 9 o'clock.
And you expected what?
To be arrested immediately, you waiting for me.
So you stayed in the room?
I went straight
Thursday
in,
night.
packed my bag, left.
Despite his picture being in most of the national newspapers, and a manhunt involving 7 forces up and down the country, Copeland was determined to continue his bombing campaign. He stayed in the capital and brought forward his next attack, this time targeting the gay community.
He wanted to bring the country to the boil, which I have to say he was very close to doing, and getting all communities up in arms. He walked into the pub carrying the device, and it was already armed, as the other two had always been armed when he was carrying them. But he changed his appearance. He no longer had the dark jacket or the baseball cap. He now just had jeans on and a white T-shirt. A lot of the bars and places had been visited with security about being aware of unaccompanied bags being left lying around. But the unfortunate thing in the pub in question, many people had put down sports bags and rucksacks. They were having a nice time. It was a nice early evening.
That spot was the only empty spot at the bar. I went out to get a drink, and I slipped it off my shoulder and put it on the floor.
During all of the times that we had dealings with Copeland, he showed no remorse for any of the injuries or any of the deaths. He thought it was a means to an end. The only time he asked about anything was about this rat Whizzer. How was Whizzer being looked after?
I feel nothing. I don't feel sadness, but I don't feel joy. I did what I had to do.
Are you sorry?
I'm sorry for the woman and the child. I think the woman was pregnant. I feel sorry for her. But I don't feel no guilt for the others.
Copeland gloated over his actions and showed little remorse during his 4-hour interrogation.
Murder, mayhem, chaos, damage get on the news. It's a top story, really. Personally, I wanted to get caught.
Why?
To be famous. If no one remembers who you were, you never existed.
During his lengthy interview, Copeland also revealed the circumstances leading up to the attack on Brick Lane.
Why Brick Lane?
It's like the heart of the Asian community. I don't like them. I want them out of this country. I'm a National Socialist, Nazi, whatever you want to call me.
There was speculation that the bomber could have intended it for the Brick Lane market, but maybe assuming that the market took place on the Saturday. In fact, it didn't take place on a Saturday, it was on a Sunday. If it had gone off at the time of the market, then it really would have caused much more in the way of injury.
Copeland also held strong beliefs about the Brixton community.
I presume that it was at the heart of the black community.
Right.
I presume that Brick Lane was the heart of the Asian community.
Right.
But I do predominantly say that the white race is the master race.
There was no doubt the bomber held extreme views. Police were keen to establish whether he had acted alone in his hate campaign, and did uncover a dark past connecting him to right-wing organisations.
He'd got involved in extreme right-wing groups like the BNP and a Hitler-loving group called the National Socialist Movement. He'd become the southern unit leader of that group. They worship Hitler. As well as all that, he'd got involved in groups that believe in Christian identity, and that is people who believe that white Europeans are the chosen race and everyone else is inferior. The Daily Mirror had been given a photograph of Copeland at a BNP demonstration in 1997, showed him standing next to the then leader, John Tyndall of the BNP, and the anti-fascist groups had attacked this meeting and missiles had been thrown, people had been injured. There was Copeland next to the leader of the BNP. The BNP at that stage weren't providing him with any action, so he drifted away from them.
We knew he'd had some connections with some right-wing organisations, as they like to put it, but none of those had any connection with Copeland. Copeland had had some association with them, but there was no other involvement. There was no other witnesses or evidence, either from the CCTV or witnesses that had been involved, with him making the devices. He told us early on that he'd made them by himself. He'd learnt it from the internet.
Well, I'm responsible.
Right. Yeah. Just you?
Just me and my own.
Are you trying to hide anyone else? Anyone else's involvement in it?
No.
Sure?
100% positive.
Copeland was adamant he had acted alone, but officers were keen to establish where he got his information on explosives from and how he had created such devastating devices.
The devices he made were quite crude, but as we know, crude devices can still be deadly. He adapted the component parts that you can find in fireworks, albeit that he bought them in large numbers.
Copeland spent hours sourcing materials and testing his makeshift devices, seemingly unfazed by the danger to him or his neighbours.
Got everything you want?
All of the items that he made, he used for the component parts he bought in any shop that you and I can go to.
Where did you practice this in?
Just in my bedroom.
What, did you set off small
Only
explosions?
tiny little bits at a time.
Yeah. Anywhere in particular in your room?
It's all on my desk.
Did it leave a mark on the desk?
There's got loads of marks on the desk.
Any particular desk? Or is
There's one desk, it's just a dresser or something.
How did you ignite these little bits of powder?
Cigarette lighters.
They were just wires, powder, nails for shrapnel, a box to put them in, a bag to carry them in, connecting them up, and he used a simple clock.
Copeland led a one-man trail of destruction through the capital of the UK.
David Copeland, on the 3 counts of murder and 3 of causing explosions, how do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
The public must be protected from you and assured that if you are ever released, it will not be for a very long time. I sentence you to 6 life sentences, 3 for murder and 3 for causing explosions in Brixton, Brick Lane and Soho. Officer, take him down.
14 months after the London nail bombers' campaign of terror, 6 life sentences were passed down to him, with a recommendation he should spend a minimum of 35 years in prison. Despite severing connections with right-wing organisations, we will never know how much they influenced his beliefs.
It was a senseless crime, and I don't think we will never get over it. There's not many days go past without some remembering, some looking out the window and thinking of my brother. But the way we have sort of coped with this is the love and the friends that we've actually made through this tragedy.
I thought I was dead. I thought, I must be going to heaven. And then the next thing, I woke up in St Thomas's Hospital, menaced to legs.
David Copeland has not achieved his aims of fame and power. Today's verdict proves he is a dangerous, pathetic nobody who is now where he belongs. When I thought about what he'd done to my parents and to the people that had loved me, what he'd put them through when I was hanging on by the skin of my teeth to life, that's when I got, I got quite angry at him then. The rest of the time when I went to his trial, saw how pathetic he was, what a waste of a life his.
I was dealing with him by letter. It was clear that he was proud of what he'd done, and he really thought that he was going to be the spark that would cause racial conflict, and eventually that would lead to the installation of some extreme right-wing government. He really believed this.
I went back to Brixton and I just couldn't cope with the pressures of that place anymore. They put me into a different store. I couldn't cope with the pressures of that one. I couldn't cope with everyday life issues. And eventually I got retired on the grounds of ill health.
I don't even think of him at all. I'm very, very pleased that he's locked up, and he's, surely to God he won't be let out.
Everybody's got their life to live, and how they live it and who they are, it's up to them. You don't kill people for being what they are.
I think the British people have a right to everything claims. I can have it, I have to do it. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you, but they're dead, they're dead. I feel nothing. Terrorism, fear, to terrorise people.
David Copeland, the young fanatic who worshipped Adolf Hitler and planted nail bombs across London, is in Broadmoor tonight, starting 6 life sentences. He may never be released.
There is just one story this morning, the dramatic end of the Gorbachev era in the Soviet Union.
She was one of Britain's most high-profile television presenters, at the pinnacle of her career, when she was mercilessly gunned down outside her house in London. Her killer left the scene without a trace. The cold-blooded murder of Jill Dando sent shockwaves through the country. A nation grieved for the golden girl of TV. This was no ordinary crime. This was a crime that shook Britain. On the 26th of April 1999, BBC television presenter Jill Dando was shot by a single bullet to her head on the doorstep of her home in southwest London. The hunt for the murderer and his motive proved to be one of the largest, most difficult and expensive inquiries ever conducted by the Metropolitan Police. 2 years later, during a controversial court case, local resident Barry George was found guilty for the killing. But during a dramatic retrial, he was cleared of Jill Dando's murder. So who shot one of Britain's most best-loved television personalities? This is the story of the brutal slaying of Jill Dando, told from the inside through the eyewitness accounts from those closest to the story. Born in Weston-super-Mare, Jill Dando began her journalism career as a reporter on a local paper, the Western Mercury. Determined to work in broadcasting, she eventually went on to become a presenter for BBC South West. She quickly rose to become a household name when she moved to the BBC's national news operation in London, presenting the breakfast news and 6 o'clock news. But she was best known as the face of the hit shows Holiday and Crime Watch, a series which explored unsolved criminal investigations. Above all, Jill Dando was renowned for her down-to-earth charm that endeared her to millions of viewers.
It didn't matter whether she was doing Crime Watch or the news or the holiday programme and the other things she did. She had a warmth and sincerity about her, which is not really something you can learn. It's just the way you are. And I think Jill had that connection with the public that made them feel like she was their sister or their auntie and part of their family.
Jill Dando was a national figure. She was a very pleasant personality, very easygoing. Funnily enough, she self-deprecatingly once described herself as Miss Blando because she thought she was too nice to be true, but she was. People liked her.
When she moved to Fulham, she lived in the next road to where I live, and we would always bump into each other in the local shops, in the street, and that's how we would chat and catch up.
She was great fun, had a fabulous sense of humour, but very serious and professional when she needed to be, and she was just a great person to be around. Throughout certainly my years on Crime Watch, it was always a very close-knit team, and Jill fitted into that perfectly.
It was another young woman who was going to be the face of Britain at the millennium. So she was the embodiment, in a sense, of the BBC.
As well as enjoying a successful TV career, Jill had recently announced her engagement to gynaecologist Dr. Alan Farthing.
She was getting married, she was talking about Alan and the wedding and getting excited about organising everything, and she had so much to look forward to, so much fun, happiness in her life.
I remember bumping into her when she came back from Sydney, when she'd been on holiday, and she was totally in love.
They had met on a blind date and were due to be married in September 1999. Jill talked eagerly about her desire to become a mother. She was happier than she had ever been. Jill Dando had spent the night at Alan Farthing's home in Chiswick.
Are you working late this evening? Jill left her fiancé's house in Chiswick. I think it was about 7 or 8 in the morning. The plan was that she would go from the house to, I think she had a fashion shoot at lunchtime, a job she was doing, and then in the afternoon she was planning to go to a fitting for her wedding dress.
Miss Dando had been going to her house purely to get changed. She was no longer living there, she was living with a boyfriend several miles away.
In Gowan Avenue was a 2-storey terraced house, which she was actually selling for about $400,000 at the time.
Jill lived on Gowan Avenue in Fulham, southwest London.
Gowan Avenue is almost a typical inner London suburban street. Terraced houses, most of the people are at work during the day and not too many people around at this time.
But it is an area with a lot of families with children out on the street walking, taking children to the park, taking them to and from school or shopping.
When she bought her home in Fulham and was so thrilled about it, she told me that one of the reasons she'd chosen that home was that it had a hedge and it had a tree that afforded her privacy.
Having left her fiancé's home in Chiswick, Jill made various stops on her way home, including a brief visit to the petrol station, King's Mall shopping centre in Hammersmith, and a fishmonger's on Fulham Road, before making her way home. It was around 11:30 a.m. when Jill finally arrived at Gowan Avenue.
She got out of her car, having parked it, and in fact still had the keys to the car in her hand.
As Jill was about to approach her front door, she was unaware that somebody was closely watching her every movement. The BBC's golden girl Jill Dando was the TV star everybody loved. She was full of excitement at her future plans to marry fiancé Dr. Alan Farthing and start a family. But these plans would never bear fruit. Jill arrived at her home on Gowan Avenue at around 11:30 a.m. As she looked for her house keys in her bag, she was approached from behind.
That morning I was working from home. I was going to go to the Munster Road to get some photocopies done. I walked up and suddenly realised that her car was parked. As I approached her home, I deliberately looked at her front door.
What it seemed to have happened was that Jill Dando had gone to her home address, albeit she wasn't living there anymore, and it would seem that she was attacked and shot effectively on a doorstep just prior to entering her house.
It was a ruthless murder. It wasn't done, the shooting wasn't from a distance. The killer wasn't standing at the gate, he wasn't sort of leaning out of a car, he went right up to her. Pushed her down onto the step so that she was kneeling, placed a gun to her temple and fired a single shot.
There was no time to prepare. From one step to the next, everything changed. Because I was witness to an incredibly violent scene. At first it was difficult in the first few seconds to realise it was actually Jill, and she was actually in that position on her doorstep, leaning against her front door. She had changed colour, there was a lot of blood loss, and instinctively it was clear to me that she was dead.
The gate was firmly closed, and Helen knew it was important not to disturb the crime scene.
I looked around, there was nobody else in the street, and I quickly got my mobile phone to call the emergency services. When I was talking to the emergency services, I said that I thought that she had been stabbed because of the blood loss. It didn't occur to me at that point that it would have been a gun crime. And I added in the conversation, confidentially, it's Jill Dando.
Shocked and distressed, Helen didn't want to be alone.
I remember that I'd seen a neighbour who lives near me. So I ran down the road and knocked on the person's door. My neighbour came to the scene. She took one look and said, "She looks as if she's dead," and ran off, further up the road to a doctor's surgery. So I was left on my own again at the scene looking at Jill, who was lifeless on her own doorstep.
The police were first to arrive.
They just went through the gate and started dealing with Jill.
There were mixed reports coming in. There was so much confusion, I think, by everybody because of the nature of the incident and, in reality, the nature of who she was.
They pretty quickly bundled me and the other two, the doctor's receptionist and my neighbour, into Jill's neighbour's home.
Soon after, the paramedics arrived, and then the air ambulance. Jill Dando was taken to Charing Cross Hospital.
She was certified dead at 1:03 p.m. The BBC television presenter Jill Dando has been murdered outside her London home.
A man was seen leaving from outside number 29 Gowan Avenue, and he ran east down this road towards the Fulham Palace Road.
Detectives are now trying to establish a motive for the murder. Our correspondent Fergus Walsh.
I felt completely numb, really, in many respects. It was just the most extraordinary piece of information I think I've ever been given.
In this country, although there are a lot of shootings, they're usually linked to the underworld, crime gangs, teenage gangs. But a lady like this, shot on a doorstep in a West London street, a nice West London street, very respectable, quite well-heeled, was extraordinary.
The image that really is very, very difficult is her beautiful engagement ring with all that hope in it on a very dead hand. Just snuffed out.
Scotland Yard launched into action with Operation Oxborough, the largest criminal investigation since the Yorkshire Ripper.
Regardless of who the victim is, there needs to be a methodical approach to the inquiry. It was just because of the victim, in this case, being such a high-profile celebrity, that everything was increased. For the first few days, almost whole editions of newspapers were filled with this story and nothing else.
Also important to put this in some perspective, because the London police were on the alert searching for the now bomber, David Copeland. And so there was a huge amount of police activity around London and a lot of news media concentration on that issue, because there'd already been 2 now bombs, one in Brick Lane, one in Brixton, and there was a great deal of concern about where this now bomber was going to strike again and what the reaction would be.
With unprecedented media attention surrounding Metropolitan Police investigations and the victim's high-profile status, the homicide squad were fully aware that they were under immense public scrutiny. They faced their first hurdle with a forensic examination of the crime scene.
Yeah, one of the main problems that the police had was that it had been quite severely compromised by the medical services that had been there, by them removing her body once it was clear that there was nothing more that could be done, created some problems. Very little was obtained from the scene. What they had done, I can't criticise that, because I assumed that everything was being done to try and save Miss Dando's life at the time.
There was nothing that came out from the scene other than the fact they, of course, had the bullet which had killed Jill Dando, which was quite unusual. It was crimped, it had been pressed in. They used 50 search officers going down the surrounding streets, and they took up the drains, they looked at the sewers, they looked all along the riverbank by the park in case that the government might just have tossed the gun over a hedge or threw it into a drain.
We can't be sure, obviously, about the gun that was used because it's never been recovered. But the thinking was that it was in some way a reactivated gun, or one that had in some way been adapted.
With a serious lack of forensics from the crime scene, the homicide squad turned their attention to examining the witness statements.
There was no eyewitness to the actual offence. Several witnesses gave information about a man who was present at the scene before and immediately after, and one of the main focuses of the inquiry was to identify this person.
Richard, her neighbour, said that he had heard her set her car alarm and that he had heard a scream, looked out of the window, and he'd seen somebody go past further down Gowan Avenue.
He walked very calmly away from the scene, and
when I actually saw him, I thought nothing of it. I thought, in fact, it could have been a friend of Jill's when I heard the screaming. That's why I particularly at that moment didn't do anything that now I wish I could have done.
One of the problems that the team was faced with was the unprecedented amount of information that was being received within the incident room. During the course of the inquiry, over 2,000 people were named as being responsible or in some way involved in Miss Dando's murder. Without a clear witness or without a clear motive and reason, stranger murders are by definition the most difficult to investigate.
In a sad twist of fate, Scotland Yard turned to the programme Jill Dando presented before her death, Crime Watch, to help find her killer.
You never imagine in your wildest dreams the idea that you would ever have, or we would ever have had to make an appeal about somebody we knew so well. There was a pressure on us to think that we could do something to help, to use the programme and to use our experience to try and help in some way. And I think everyone was actually really relieved that they could feel that they could do something. The appeal itself to find information regarding Jill's killer produced a lot of phone calls.
Several witnesses saw a man in the area earlier in the morning, and then there are various sightings of a man in a sort of waxed jacket. We have somebody who saw what they described as a sweating man at a bus stop. We have another sweating man seen in Fulham Palace Park, or Fulham Park, which is opposite, quite close to Gowan Avenue, who was talking on a mobile phone. So there are lots of different little sort of sightings, but nobody actually saw the attack.
One of the main purposes of the inquiry is to try and separate the potential suspect from other people.
And I think as the months went on, it was quite apparent that this was going to be a long investigation.
As the police persevered with their inquiry, thousands of mourners lined the streets to watch the 3-mile cortege. The funeral service of Jill Dando took place at Clarence Park Baptist Church in Weston-super-Mare. A grieving nation mounted pressure on Operation Oxborough. Would the homicide squad ever find Jill's killer and bring him to justice?
So, if any of tonight's reconstructions have helped jog your memory...
BBC television presenter Jill Dando was the nation's sweetheart. But in April 1999, she was violently murdered with a single gunshot fired at close range to her head. Her killer fled the scene undetected. What followed was a lengthy and extensive inquiry, but the Metropolitan Police faced a serious lack of evidence. No murder weapon, no motive, and no eyewitness. They were facing mounting pressure from the country's press and public to bring Jill's killer to justice.
What we needed to be sure of, was she followed, wasn't she followed? There was a small and dedicated group of officers that meticulously went through every scrap of footage that we had during the course of the inquiry. What we can categorically say is that from the meticulous examination of the footage from 191 cameras, she wasn't followed at all to that address.
They also searched through 80,000 mobile phone records for the Fulham area and also for Chiswick, which could in some way be linked to her death. Either somebody following her who passed on a message that she was on her way home, or somebody who was waiting and got the message that she was arriving. None of those phone calls produced any evidence either. The
months rolled by, but no significant leads emerged. the police were struggling with a serious lack of evidence.
Her file of facts had 486 names in it, and they went through every name and address they could find. They looked at her fiance's background and drew a blank on that.
We obviously just stayed at my house.
I realised that on day one I was probably on a list of potential suspects being first on the scene. That's a normal thing. The nearest and dearest of a victim are always scrutinised, and I knew that I would be too.
Because of the nature of who Miss Dando was and her work, it was hard to ascertain a definitive motive as to why someone would conceivably want to kill her.
Due to constant media attention, there was immense pressure to make an arrest, but they were fast exhausting all their leads. By now, Operation Oxborough decided to change tack. They were beginning to consider the possibility that Jill Dando's killer was a stalker with obsessive tendencies.
Like a lot of celebrities, she'd attracted a lot of unhealthy interest. They found, for example, that one man had tried to acquire her BT account and run it unknown to her, but which would allow him to look at her phone calls or phone numbers. They found that somebody else had 150 pictures on his, of her collected on his computer. Another man had attempted to take over her utility bills, electricity, gas, water. Extraordinary behaviour by some of these people. But the police looked at about 4,000 people, I think it was, of whom about 150 seemed to have what they would describe as an unhealthy interest in her. But at the end of the day, none of these had showed any evidence of taking their interest further than a fantasy or a fixation.
As the investigation reached its first anniversary, detectives decided to re-examine the early information they received soon after the shooting to see if there was anything they missed. Amongst other names, a man who lived half a mile from Jill's house was brought to their attention. Barry Michael George.
George had a conviction for a sex attack in the 1980s. He also discovered that there was a reference on his file to the fact he'd been arrested in the grounds of one of the royal palaces with a length of rope around his shoulder and a knife. And the palace concern was the one where the Prince of Wales and Princess Diana were then living. And they found that he'd been stopped by police in the 1990s for following women. Nobody at Fulham police station actually knew anything about him, interestingly. Barry George turned out to be a very long way down the suspect list.
He was described as a loner, and he was almost a usual, one of the usual suspects, because the police hadn't found anybody and they came back to him.
Barry George had been reported to the police in the early days following Jill's murder.
A detective constable called John Gallagher discovered a message about a man called Busara, which had come in from Hafad, which was a local drop-in centre for disabled people, very close to the scene of the shooting, in which they said that this man Busara had seemed very agitated and they were concerned about him. The policeman did some checking and found that Busara cross-referred to Barry George.
Barry George often claimed he was the cousin of British musician Freddie Mercury, using the alias Barry Bulsara.
To some extent, he was living in a fantasy world, especially in relation to Queen and music and all the rest of it. But this is it. It was an overtly fantastical world where, he wasn't hiding away.
He also took the name Paul Gadd, which was Gary Glitter's real name. He also used the name Steve Powers, who was an SAS soldier who took part in the Iranian embassy siege. And he also used the name Lee Majors, who was a stuntman and Hollywood star at one stage. And he was actually convicted for several offences under some of these aliases, bizarrely. But it's just an example of the sort of fantasy life he led. And for the police, at the time that they were looking at him as a strong suspect, that all added to the mix.
I think most people who lived in Fulham were aware of Barry George wandering around the streets. He's quite distinctive. He was somebody who probably needed a little bit more help than he had. in the community.
But further investigations into police records during the early days of their inquiry revealed more.
By now, police were getting very concerned because they also knew, looking through their records, that a local taxi firm had also called the police soon after the shooting to say they were concerned about a man who kept coming in and seemed to be trying to build up what, as it appeared to the police, to be constructing an alibi for himself.
Timings were crucial, of course, because the killing took place at around 11:30 in the morning. Question, where was he? And his case was that he'd attended at a local agency, Hafad, housing agency, and that he'd gone home and changed clothing, and he'd gone to a park and gone to get a taxi somewhere else. And so his defensive alibi was that he wasn't in the road when it happened.
Detectives decided to place him under surveillance and carefully monitored his every move.
We had access to a whole load of black and white photographs taken of him in the street. My recollection is that those photographs didn't take it anywhere. In other words, yes, he's looking a bit furtive in the street, because he always looks a bit furtive.
The investigation revealed that Barry George had a history of following and photographing women.
There was one case of, I think it was a woman in a bus queue, and then he got on the bus with her. Now, this is very overt behaviour. In other words, it is somebody who is, I think, desperately anxious to create a relationship, which he hasn't got, with somebody. And so it's an unhappy situation, and it's very unpleasant, I suspect, for any woman who is on the receiving end of this treatment. And in a sense, he needs help if that's what was going on. But this is a long way away from the nature of this crime, which wasn't about following Jill Dando around in order to create a relationship.
The psychological profilers were talking about somebody who might well fantasize, who might, for example, have fantasized over Princess Diana, somebody who'd had difficult relationships in the past, which Barry George had had. All of these things added to the list of things that ticked off that made him a very strong suspect, and then eventually the strongest suspect.
Over a year after Jill's murder, and based on their findings, Met Police were confident there was sufficient evidence to arrest Barry George.
4 unarmed officers, or that is what Scotland Yard still maintains, arrested him, and they began a search of his home. And that is when things became interesting.
Okay, we'll start the search. I mean, Barry George's flat was absolutely stacked to the ceiling with old newspapers. You could barely get in it. So he, again, might be regarded as an oddball for keeping all these newspaper cuttings and so on. But, so, yes, there was a sort of obsessive side to this man because he collected things, but I know lots of people who collect things. Maybe not to that extent. Obsessive of Jill Dando? Absolutely not. You know, you would think that if he was obsessed with Jill Dando, he would have accumulated quite a library, because she was in the newspapers very regularly. None of it was cut out, none of it was highlighted. There were no notes anywhere suggesting he was wanting to find out where Jill Dando was at any one time.
Detectives removed various items.
They took a coat that he'd worn and sent it for examination. They developed about 100 reels of film which he had, which showed that he'd been stalking around about, I think it's 480 women.
Police investigation also revealed that he had an interest in firearms. Barry George was interviewed at Hammersmith Police Station in London.
This is a man who originally had told the police that he had nothing to do with guns and hadn't had anything to do with guns for quite a long time. But police found that, for example, he tried to join the parachute regiment, the TA section of it. He tried to join the regular army. He belonged for a short time to a gun club in Kensington. He'd had a number of starter pistols. A former neighbour of his had seen him with a weapon.
After he was arrested, it was plane, he did have an interest in firearms. I mean, he didn't have the weapon that is said to have been used here, but he did have an interest in weapons, but that doesn't mean that he's the murderer.
He said he had nothing to do with Jill Dando. He didn't know Jill Dando lived in the area. He'd never met her, never seen her, and denied any link at all to the murder.
Barry George was asked to take part in an ID parade.
He refused to go on an ID parade, and so the ID parades were done on a laptop with potential witnesses being shown a series of images of possible suspects plus innocent people, and picking them out from a laptop display.
There was a neighbour living right next door to Jill Dando who was looking out on the road, and a man living opposite. They both saw somebody departing from the gate area where this had happened. And they both went to identification parades, and neither of them picked out Barry George. In fact, either one or both picked out someone else.
Whilst Barry George was being held in custody, forensics made an interesting discovery.
Everything gelled for the police when they were told by the forensic science experts that they had found a very, very tiny trace of firearms discharge in the pocket of the coat that had been taken away. It was said to measure around about 1/1000th of an inch. It was tiny. But the interesting thing about it was that the chemical composition, according to the scientists, was exactly the same as the bullet which had killed Jill Dando.
They also found a single fibre at the crime scene that matched the material of a pair of trousers owned by prime suspect Barry George. On the 29th of May 2000, Barry George was formally charged for the murder. Were Metropolitan Police finally going to get justice for Jill? The murder inquiry into BBC TV presenter Jill Dando's death was fast becoming one of the largest and most expensive police investigations to ever take place in Britain. Operation Oxborough traced, interviewed and eliminated thousands of suspects in the months following Jill's death. A year later, local resident Barry George emerged as a prime suspect. Following closer inspection into his criminal history and police surveillance, they arrested him. It was during a raid on his flat that some of his personal possessions were removed and examined. When forensics revealed a small amount of gunpowder trace in his coat pocket and a thread from his trousers linking him to the crime scene, the homicide squad formally charged Barry George with the murder of Jill Dando.
Barry George's arrest had incited quite a lot of actually adverse publicity, which I think was very, very unfortunate. The public were sympathetic to a very famous, very intelligent, very beautiful woman who'd been killed at her front doorstep. And so there's an outpouring of grief, and therefore anyone who's arrested for that immediately has a problem.
Almost 1 year after his arrest, the trial for the murder of Jill Dando finally took place at the Old Bailey. It was a trial that would captivate the nation and prove to be one of the most controversial cases in British criminal history. Barry George pleaded not guilty.
A trial at the Old Bailey for anyone is a pressured event, especially if it's in one of the old courts, which it was, because they've held many famous trials. Certainly most of the UK press and media were there on a daily basis. So the court was full of people interested in the result.
It's a very dramatic trial. He sat throughout it in the dock with a psychiatrist because he was concerned about his ability to follow the case.
He suffered from very, very serious epilepsy, difficulties about concentration and so on. So this made communication a very sensitive area.
During the trial, the prosecution presented George as a lone gunman with stalker tendencies. But his defence counsel painted a different picture.
Was it an assassination?
We tried to present Barry George, obviously as the person that he was, just very vulnerable person, living in the locality, relatively well known in the locality, who had an alibi, which he'd obviously produced to the jury, and basically as somebody who, in a sense, wasn't capable of carrying out this murder.
The case against Barry George centred on forensic findings.
The gun residue was clearly the key issue because it linked, according to the prosecution, it directly linked Barry George to a gun, to the murder.
As far as we were concerned, our experts said that one particle doesn't add up to even a row of beans. It means nothing forensically. We also examined very, very carefully the possibility of contamination at the laboratory, because one particle can be airborne, one particle can go from one surface to another surface to a hand to somewhere else. And we examined very carefully whether, in fact, at any time, the particle hadn't been in the pocket but had got into the pocket through a process of contamination. You have to remember, no firearms residue was found in his flat or found in anything else to do with him. So if he's supposed to be adapting weapons or playing around with weapons, where was he doing it? He certainly wasn't doing it in his flat. He didn't own lots of flats all over London. One had to examine the possibility that it had got there through an accident of continuity. In other words, it was contamination.
The prosecution relied heavily on the identification evidence. They relied on a fibre which they found, which they said linked Barry George's trouser to Jill Dando, that the fibre had come off the trousers and onto her clothing.
The case hung on the slenderest thread, that was the sort of comparison, and the slenderest thread was this one particle. Because the identification evidence of him being in the street 2 hours before, in my view, was weak. You know, an identification is reputedly very risky. So what else is there? So the fibres in the case were going nowhere.
George's defence team were putting forward a strong case.
This case depended largely on circumstantial evidence. And plainly, from a prosecution point of view, forensic scientific evidence can be rather more compelling than any other.
It was circumstantial, and they admitted it was circumstantial, but the judge and the prosecution both said that it was possible to convict on the basis of circumstantial evidence without, for example, a confession, without an eyewitness who had actually seen a gun used, without the gun itself, without a motive.
The jury retired to deliberate. 5 days later, they had finally reached a verdict.
Foreman of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, my lord.
A jury of 6 women and 5 men found Barry George guilty of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison.
It was a shock. Obviously for Barry George, but a shock for all of the defence team, and I dare say others in court who had believed, as I had, that this wasn't going to lead to a conviction.
For the majority, it was a simple case of a mentally ill man, or a man who was clearly not in his right senses, infatuated, fantasised, had approached Jill Dando, she had rebuffed him, he had killed her. That's the way it came across in a lot of newspapers and the media generally.
I was very upset, I was very angry, the fact that he'd been convicted. I had plenty of time to think back over the trial and say, well, what's gone wrong here? How did this jury come to that conclusion? I think it's probably a combination of somebody who kind of looked odd in the dock, somebody who looked odd, which fitted the publicity that had gone before. Secondly, I think there was pressure on this jury, feeling that the nature of the crime was so heinous that, you know, here was an odd man and he lived in the area, and there was a firearms particle. And they put that together, I think.
Barry George always protested his innocence. But as he started his life sentence, there was unease at the verdict.
From that point on, people began to get behind Barry George, to campaign for a fresh look at the case, and arguing that there was something wrong here, that it was a miscarriage of justice. His defence managed to mount an appeal. As the years went on and Barry George remained in prison, a campaign built up to get him free.
After an appeal and 8 years in jail, vital new forensic research cast doubt over the significance of the gunpowder traces.
The Court of Appeal had argued that if the evidence in the pocket had been found a day or so after the murder, then it was key evidence. There was a link. But because there had been such a long period of time, it was no longer safe to assume it was linked to the murder. There were also points made about the fibre which was found on Jill Dando. The clothing she'd been wearing had been left at the scene for quite a long time after the shooting. So it's perfectly possible for that fibre, which is fairly common, to have come from another source and not from Barry George's trousers.
The forensic evidence was deemed unsafe. The Court of Appeal set a date for the retrial.
The prosecution maintained that he was an obsessionist with a fantasy about guns and a grudge against the BBC. The defence simply said, what we have here is the police have arrested the local nutter. And that was the phrase used by William Clegg QC, who now appeared for Barry George. And the jury accepted that there wasn't sufficient evidence.
After 8 years in prison, Barry George was finally cleared of the murder of Jill Dando.
Because I'm a firm believer that the truth will out in the end and justice will be done, but some people have to wait far longer than he did. And to give him his due, his persistence, his self-belief, that got him acquitted.
So who did kill Jill Dando?
There wasn't a clear explanation. It wasn't a sex attack, it wasn't a robbery. It was an assassination of some description, and that left people very, very puzzled.
I mean, I believed throughout the case, because of the nature of the evidence and the window of opportunity, it had to have been carried out by a professional.
What we were all conscious of throughout the inquiry was what a senseless crime this was. And the feeling of shock, to a degree, throughout the country never really diminished.
It was just extraordinary, and please God, nothing ever like this happens again.
On the morning of March the 13th, 1996, the city of Dunblane in Scotland was changed forever.
A middle-aged loner fixated on youngsters, guns and his own grievances
killed 16 children and their teacher.
And then committed suicide.
Well, that will go down in history as one of the worst massacres ever.
Nobody had planned for anything like this in Dunblane.
There's just so many people crying and panicked.
16 children and their teacher were brutally shot and murdered at Dunblane Primary School before the perpetrator turned the gun on himself.
The lasting image for me would be being in among the crowd of frantic parents. Life changed completely and forever for these people, and I was a part of that, and it's something you never forget.
A senseless crime so devastating it sent shockwaves across the world as people reeled with the loss and called for urgent changes in gun laws, making this a crime that shook Britain.
I can't get the images out of my head yet, and I think that will take some time. It was an appalling mess. Evil visited us yesterday, and we don't know why. We don't understand it, and I guess we never will.
In 1996, Thomas Hamilton stormed into a local primary school and opened fire. In an unprovoked attack, a class were targeted with horrific consequences. In this programme, we tell the inside story through the eyes of the parents and professionals at the centre of the tragedy.
What train, Gary?
Charlotte was our first child, obviously a joy to us. We'd been married 5 years before we decided to have a family, so she was a little girl.
Sophie was, I'm sure, a very typical 5-year-old girl, full of life, bubbly. I found her a joy to be with. We could have intelligent conversations together.
She grew up. As the years went on, she was a tomboy. She liked climbing the trees and rolling in the garden. She was, life and soul of the house, and she had a brother all of a sudden to start beating up as well. And she was bright, and she was intelligent and a good person.
We had a very intimate family life. Sophie's mum had died 2.5 years beforehand, so we spent a lot of time in each other's company. We had our own sort of routine way of doing things. Sophie became a companion as well as a daughter, because we did go to so many places together. She was with me much of the time.
Morning, Dad. Morning. What would you like for breakfast this morning?
We had breakfast together. Sophie had Cocoa Pops.
And what have you got at school today? Science.
On the morning of the 13th of March, Mick and his daughter Sophie got ready for the day ahead.
Come on, let's get this jumper on. Here we go. Ready?
We got up somewhere between 7 and 7:30. I made sure that Sophie got dressed.
Okay, let's go. Good girl.
Across town, Martin Dunn and his family were starting their day.
Morning, Charlotte.
We were planning to move away from Scotland because of job movements. So although we'd only been here a very short time, we were going to be moving south within the month.
Have you got your keys yet?
So at that time, I was not so rushed to go in and out of work. It was a normal morning. It was breakfast time. Charlotte loved going to school, so there was not a problem of saying, come on, get ready. She was up and ready. She was bubbly. She loved a breakfast, so we all had breakfast.
Charlotte Dunn and Sophie North both attended Dunblane Primary School. They had started in the lower class 7 months earlier.
She packed her belongings all in a bag. She just went to school with a smile, as she did every day, really.
See you tonight then, honey.
Okay. Love you. Bye.
I took Sophie to Kids Club, where she went before and after school. Sophie would be at Kids Club for half an hour, 3/4 of an hour before school started, and would go over to her classroom at around 9 o'clock.
Bye, Dad.
In fact, I was never quite sure of the timings of things to do with the school. My duties were to drop her off at Kids Club and pick her up from Kids Club. So the bit in between was a bit of a mystery sometimes.
I actually took Charlotte to school on that morning, so dropped her off at school, stood with her until the bell rang, playing with her friends and introducing me to some of the other children who I'd probably not seen before. So that was quite different for me, because I hadn't done that normally.
This is my dad. Hello.
We looked at where we wanted to live when we took the decision to move to Scotland. Dunblane had a good reputation for schools, which was a big decision for ourselves, that we wanted the right school for Charlotte. It was a sleepy village compared to a sprawling industrial Midlands that we came from, so it was novel for us.
With Sophie and Charlotte at school, Mick and Martin went to work.
I drove from Dunblane after I dropped Sophie off to go to Stirling University, where I worked, and spent a couple of hours doing the usual things I would do at work, mostly based in my office.
I was working in Stirling at the time, so it was just a normal day in the office. Approximately 10 o'clock, we had a phone call from one of our sites. Some guys saying, have you heard the news?
After I'd been at work for 2 hours, a colleague came to my office door and asked if I'd heard anything about a shooting at Dunblane High School.
What's happened?
He then corrected himself and said primary school. He'd had a phone call from one of our students. He'd heard on the radio about a shooting.
He says, oh, there's been an incident in Dunblane, there's been a shooting, it's on the news.
A shooting at a school was difficult to comprehend. With limited details, the fathers began searching for more information.
Unfortunately, I was the first one to take this message, so having finished the phone call with Mike, I put the phone down and went and got the other parents and said, look, I've been told there's something happening in Dunblane. We need to find out.
Hello, is that Dunblane School?
One of the guys picked up the phone, rang the school, managed to get through, and we were just told that yes, there'd been an incident. Could you please come to the school and fetch your children?
I tried calling Dunblane Police Office, couldn't get any answer. So there was no information apart from these rumours.
We don't know if Sophie's involved.
I remember just a typical news day with the TV's on, and then telephones started to ring and people were saying that something's happened at Dunblane, there's been a shooting at a primary. Nobody was really sure of what was going on. And more telephones rang and reporters were assigned to start phoning people. I just remember there was a little bit of confusion, but like tension and worry building up, because you kind of knew there was some kind of drama unfolding anyway. Somebody was saying kids have been shot.
The residents of Dunblane have been stunned by horrific news. Initial reports claim of a shooting in the local primary school, but information was limited. Only 2 hours earlier, Mick North had dropped his 5-year-old daughter, Sophie, off for her classes. Martin Dunn had said goodbye to his daughter, Charlotte, in the school playground. After hearing of the incident, they desperately try to find out exactly what has happened.
I got back towards Dunblane and it was chaos. I mean, the roads were jammed. I ended up parking on the local Tesco's car park, made my way up to the school on foot. There was lines of police officers there asking who your child was, what year she was in, and people were then being sent one way or another.
I didn't really panic at that time. I was obviously worried and concerned, but no one had any information. And I waited until somebody else came along and asked if I would like to have a lift back to Dunblane. And I said, yes, I probably should go.
So if there's trouble, we're going up there, come on.
Immediately we were dispatched a team of reporters, and we had the features editor of the Record, Alan Rennie. He had 2 kids at Dunblane. He was from Dunblane, so he was obviously immediately, the whole office was turned out. Nobody knows who's been shot, whether it's teachers or whatever. So you had a sense of terror.
We didn't really have any information to go on. So it wasn't until we got close to the school that it was apparent that this was something major.
By the time the parents reached the school, crowds of concerned residents were forming, and the world's media was already descending.
I got sent at that time across the road to a house the other side of the school. I was told to go there, and when I got there, my wife was already inside waiting. We just started to sit and wait till the parents came along, and then we suddenly realised this was all the one particular class. So we started to realise, I think at that time, that we were different to all the other families.
Eventually, somebody came in and said that the incident only concerned one class, and that was Mrs. Mayer's. And perhaps it was only then that I started getting really concerned.
Gwen Mayer had a class of 30 pupils, 5- and 6-year-olds that included Sophie and Charlotte. After the announcement, those parents concerned were taken out of the house and moved inside the school to wait for further news.
There was doctors from the surgery and some of the ministers, local ministers, but they were like everyone else. They were just generally chatting. We were just waiting and waiting. There was no information coming through.
Dunblane Primary School was one of the largest in Scotland. So there were over 600, nearly 700 pupils there. So the chances that your own child has been affected by anything are quite small. But of course, as soon as you're told that it only affects her class, then everything changes. From that point onwards, the demands for information increased. We were being told nothing, except that we would hear in 2 or 3 minutes. There was a senior police officer who'd been put in charge of us, and he kept on saying, 2 minutes, we'll tell you in 2 minutes.
16 sets of parents had been ushered into a room by police, but had no information about the welfare of their children. Helplessly, they had to sit and wait for news.
And then all of a sudden, some people came into the room, read out a list of names, and asked those people to move on. And obviously at that time, we didn't know, are those the people that have got bad news, or is it good news?
As officers tried to deal with the scale of the incident, outside, police called for backup from other forces, as more crowds gathered, waiting for answers.
I remember standing looking back and people just rushing straight up, and terror, just terror. Everybody sensed it. There was a big emergency operation ongoing. It was terrifying. I just stood at the side entrance to the school. You could smell the fear and you could feel the fear.
Here in Dunblane, a scene of hell and damnation is how a teacher described
Police continued to allow parents some access to the building in order to collect those children not affected. Meanwhile, just yards away in the staff room, officers were giving little away.
As parents, you always need to know where your child is. And here we were, not being told anything. We had taken our children to school that morning. We had left them in the care of the school, yet we didn't know where they were. We weren't being told where they were. We weren't being told what had happened to them. I had a friend with me who I'd met up with. She'd been Sophie's nursery teacher, and she very kindly said she'd stay with me until I had some news. And obviously everything was going through our heads. Is she alive? If she's alive, is she injured? Is she waiting desperately to meet up with me? Or is she dead? They were all thoughts, they were all possibilities.
As parents waited for news, Anna and her colleague tried to gather more information.
It was an eerie atmosphere, just like numb, and people coming out, kids coming out crying. There was obviously some parents there coming to get their kids out. Because I was with Alan and because he had children at the school, he was able to go through the police lines, and I went with him right into the school. I will remember for the rest of my life being struck by the cloakroom, all these wee pegs, which are only at the height of 5 and 6 year olds. But in this cloakroom was all these wee coats hanging.
A terrible set of circumstances has occurred at Dunblane Primary School this morning.
The community in Dunblane has been devastated by tragic news. Early reports tell of a shooting in the local primary school. Parents rush to their children, but are told little else, only that one class is affected. As concerned residents and the world's media descend, frantically trying to discover what has happened, affected families have been ushered into the school staff room. Mick North has waited hours for any news on his daughter, Sophie.
I sat there as patiently as possible. I probably wasn't one of those people sort of demanding immediate information. But 2 hours after I'd been there, a group of 3 people came in and called out to speak to the North family. My mind just spun through everything.
Mick, along with the other families, knew nothing about his daughter's welfare at this point. Only that a shooting had occurred and Gwen Mayer's class had been affected.
We got to the other classroom. The next thing Derek, the police officer, said was, you'll know there's been an incident, a shooting incident, in which 16 children have died.
Mrs. May's class was the class involved. There has been a shooting at the school.
That was the first time I'd heard the number 16. And it changed my thoughts on everything. Once he said there were 16, that matched the number of us who were left. So he didn't need to be telling me, which he did next, that Sophie was one of them, because I'd already worked that out very quickly. They told me Sophie's teacher had been killed and that the perpetrator was dead.
5-year-old Sophie North had just started gym class with the rest of her group when a gunman entered the school and began shooting.
It's always been very hard to recall exactly how I felt the moment that the news was confirmed. I know how I felt a few minutes later. I felt anger. I felt anger at these people who I'd only just met because they told me to wait a bit longer, and I got angry and I said I'd been waiting so many hours to find out that my daughter had been killed. I wasn't going to wait any longer. They were doing it out of kindness. They were trying to arrange a car to take me home.
Sorry, I didn't mean to get angry. Don't worry, you had to break the news.
I then apologised for getting angry, and then I just felt numb. I suspect the brain sort of shuts down lots of the thought processes because they're too hard at that time, and that's how numbness kicks in.
Someone came in and asked the question, is that all the parents gone? No, there's still 2 of us here. So they went away and they came back and the Ross family were taken away. So that left just myself and Barbara in this room, a room that was an hour ago pretty full. Police officers and the social worker sat us down, and that was when they just said, unfortunately, there's been a shooting, and there's no easy way to say this, your daughter's been shot. And unfortunately, she's not survived, so your daughter was dead. So that's when my world sort of fell apart. I just broke down, just cried, why?
Charlotte Dunn was in the same class as Sophie North. Both girls were murdered, along with 14 of their friends and their teacher, Gwen Mayer.
Reality started to sink in, and it was just, it was just numbing, really. It was just numbing, and disbelief, still saying no, it's not us.
Martin and Barbara were taken back to the family home.
We had to start contacting family to tell them the worst possible news that they wanted. My parents and Barbara's parents were already in transit to Scotland from the Midlands, so we took a conscious decision not to tell them until they arrived.
I got back to a house that was obviously empty, but seemed even more empty than it should have been. The answer machine was full of messages, and playing them through, you could hear the same people phoning a number of times, getting increasingly worried.
Hi Mick, it's Dave. Can you call me back? Hi Mick, it's Dave again. Can you give me a call back as soon as you get this message?
I shut myself away for the first week or so after Sophie's death. Surprisingly, for someone who reads newspapers quite avidly, watches TV news quite a lot, I just didn't want to know what was being reported.
Here in Dunblane, a scene of hell and damnation is how
As
a
the
teacher
families
described
tried
a primary
desperately to absorb what had happened to them, details of the massacre began to unfold.
Different to that. Yeah.
Was it in one classroom, sir?
It was in a gymnasium.
A crazed gunman had committed the most horrific crime against 16 innocent children. He was identified by police as 43-year-old unemployed former shopkeeper and scout leader Thomas Hamilton. Just a few hours earlier, he had travelled 7 miles from his house in nearby Stirling to the primary school with a premeditated plan.
He'd hired a rental van the day before, and he drove it to Dunblane and was seen parking the vehicle in the school car park at about 9:30. He then cut telephone wires. It's assumed that he thought he was cutting the wires to the school. In fact, he cut them to local houses, so the school's telephone actually still worked. He then went into the school No one is exactly sure how he got in. Dunblane Primary School, a rambling building, lots of different entrances, but he wasn't seen going in.
The children had gone to the classroom first, and because they were doing gym immediately after assembly, they changed into their gym kit.
2 of Gwen Mayer's pupils were absent that day, so 28 boys and girls eagerly changed for their gym class and then went to assembly.
So they were in the assembly ended. They went into the gym, which is the room next door.
He went to the assembly hall. It's also assumed that he thought that the assembly would be taking place then. He'd asked a boy the week before what time the assembly took place, and the boy misinformed him and told him it was 9:30.
He obviously went into the assembly hall looking for the children. They were not there, but he had eyes in the hall, so he'd moved to the hall.
250 of the school's pupils had attended assembly that morning. Once Hamilton realised he'd missed his intended target, he fired a bullet into the stage and one into the girls' toilets nearby.
No one will know whether that was a deliberate move to go to the gym or whether it was because it just happened to be the nearest room. He then walked in. He was pointing the gun. He shot at the adults and then he shot at the children.
Gwen Mayer, Eileen Harold and Mary Blake were just about to start their gym class with the pupils. Hamilton opened fire as soon as he entered the hall. They had no time to react.
There were 3 teachers in the gym that morning. Gwen Mayer was shot and killed immediately. The other 2 teachers were badly injured but managed to get into a storeroom, and some children who survived the shooting managed to get in there with them, and they hid in there, hoping that Hamilton wouldn't find them. He continued shooting for about 3 minutes, which must have felt like an agonisingly long time for those in the storeroom.
Although badly injured and terrified, the teachers tried desperately not to attract the gunman's attention. As Hamilton fired indiscriminately at other pupils and staff, 2 other children and a teacher in Primary 7 were injured.
At one point he actually went out of the gym, fired at a couple of other classes before coming back in, shooting again, and then finally killing himself.
The children and their teacher who were murdered received 58 gunshot wounds. A further 10 pupils were seriously wounded. Only 2 children out of the whole class escaped without injury. Head teacher Ron Taylor was the first to make a call to police after hearing gunshots and went immediately to the gym. Other members of staff, also alerted by the sound, followed to be faced with the unthinkable. Those in the storeroom, fearing for their lives, were eventually rescued by the staff and an off-duty police officer who was dropping his children at the school. The outpouring of grief over the next few days was unprecedented, as news of the mass murder rippled across the globe.
Dunblane had become the centrepiece of the world. Donations and cards started to flow in. Goodwill from all around the world was sent. The press intrusion at the time didn't really affect us because we were being guarded, but you saw people being interviewed in the street.
As the once peaceful Scottish town became the focal point of the world, the people of Dunblane demanded answers. What had driven this man to commit this horrific act of violence? And how was it allowed to happen?
Within the first evening, people knew that this guy was everybody knew his name, and people knew he was a kind of oddball character.
He'd been a scout leader who had been asked to leave the Scouts, but he had continued running boys' clubs.
Hamilton's conduct with boys in his scout group had seriously been called into question. So much so that after one particular complaint from 2 boys, the association revoked his warrant and blacklisted him. He had been with them less than a year. Despite being struck off, he tried to enter the Scouts again in a county 10 miles away. His attempt failed, so Hamilton went on to form his own boys' clubs.
There have been a lot of complaints about Thomas Hamilton over the years concerning the way he ran his boys' clubs, which some people considered too strict. But that was balanced at the time by people who were quite happy for their boys to go along to these. So there were mixed messages coming out. What was quite telling was that the number of boys who were going to the clubs was decreasing as time went on. He obviously believed that this was because rumours were being spread about him. There were attempts made to charge him over the conduct at some of the boys' camps, but charges weren't eventually brought.
Hamilton also held a firearms licence for 19 years, target shooting at least 3 gun clubs in the area.
It had all these guns and it had its licence renewed, and also there was some kind of talk that it had been reported to the police as maybe you shouldn't renew his licence, and for any guns, he had licence for loads of guns, never mind just one. So there was a question mark over did the police do the right thing here?
Hamilton's firearms licence had to be reviewed every 5 years. On each occasion, authorities allowed him to continue legally owning guns and thousands of rounds of ammunition.
On the day, he got 4 weapons with him, 4 weapons which he had licences for. He had 1,500 rounds of ammunition in a bag. Why does anyone need 1,500 rounds of ammunition in a house? Why does anyone need 4 handguns? Of varying calibers.
And as parents learnt more about Hamilton's background, further warning signs began to emerge.
We learned that at least one police officer had recommended that those guns should have been taken away from him, that he shouldn't have held a firearms licence. That recommendation was ignored by senior officers.
What happened yesterday cannot be understood.
16 innocent children and their teacher, Miss Mayer, have been murdered in a cold and calculated attack at their primary school in Dunblane, Scotland. Thomas Hamilton, a local gun enthusiast, entered the school heavily armed and opened fire on a Primary 1 class. As the families try to deal with the unimaginable pain, further light is shed on Hamilton's past.
The biggest concern about Thomas Hamilton's ownership of firearms had been when a child protection officer had been investigating a particular camp that he had run and had written to senior officers that he believed that Thomas Hamilton's behaviour at the camp made him an inappropriate person to hold firearms. He also felt that Thomas Hamilton had been devious and had not been truthful in answers he had given.
Despite numerous concerns, Hamilton continued to run his boys' clubs and retained his firearms licence. A licence that allowed him to legally possess the weapons that eventually ended the lives of so many children and their teacher.
I think there's no doubt that a lot of things could have been done. I think a bit more intelligence within Central Scotland Police Force would have prompted an attempt to take the weapons away. The broader question of firearms ownership, yes, I do think something could have been done about that as well.
Parents felt urgent changes in the gun laws needed to be made.
The Snowdrop campaign started as a petition to ban guns in this country. That was started by a group of mothers with emotion, and that rolled, and we got quite a lot of signatures.
The Snowdrop campaign attracted worldwide support. Thousands signed the petition, along with another campaign by the Sunday Mail newspaper, to completely ban legally held guns in the UK. As lobbying gathered pace, Martin and his family had another painful event to deal with.
We had made plans to move back to England because of a job move. So we'd already purchased a house in England, so we'd got a moving date. We'd got a moving date of the 29th of March. So 13th of March happened. We had a funeral to arrange. We then had a room that we'd just shut away immediately. Charlotte's bedroom had been closed up. Only myself and Barbara had been in that room since the day. And as the moving date came closer, we were forced really to go into that room and to put everything in boxes. There was tears shed, obviously, memories. You see little girls' clothes and their toys. It was all in the room, and it was a difficult time. Yeah.
Just 2 weeks after Charlotte's murder, the Dunns had to pack their daughter's possessions and move from the family home. 2 months on from the tragedy, a public inquiry opened, led by Lord Cullen, to investigate the circumstances surrounding the massacre.
The Cullen inquiry really took on board all the events of the day. It looked at legislation, etc. And certain key witnesses were called to give evidence and advice in their specialist fields. From that, Lord Cullen went away and debated what could come out of the inquiry, and there were certain recommendations made in the Cullen inquiry, which was like, a review of handgun legislation and a potential ban on handguns.
The inquiry also included shocking details from the crime scene.
We were told of Charlotte's injuries. We were told that she was shot 3 times, once through the head, once through the shoulder blade, and once out through her side. So that, although that wasn't the news we didn't really want, it also helps with closure. From there we were given little piece by piece bits of more information of what had happened on the day.
Charlotte Dunn.
As parents listened to harrowing details surrounding their child's death, the urge to ban legally held guns grew. 4 months on from the tragedy, the people of Dunblane forced Parliament to listen to their plight, with over 705,000 signatures backing their appeal for a change in gun legislation.
We took boxes upon boxes of A4 paper signed to Parliament. We all went down on a coach. We started to see MPs to campaign for a ban.
These were petitions, and whether or not they were successful, they would have limited time. But it was also important to have something more permanent in place, an organisation that could put pressure on the government and politicians to make sure that safety from guns was given equal importance to any issues about the ownership of guns and using them for sport or whatever.
Mick North, along with other parents, felt a permanent organisation was needed, one that could lobby against the legal use of firearms in the UK for years to come. So the Gun Control Network was formed. This, along with the Snowdrop campaign, became a formidable force from people demanding change.
Thomas Hamilton's guns had been legally owned. His ammunition was legally owned. You couldn't think of a situation where anyone would have that amount of ammunition.
We wanted a total ban. We didn't see the need for any guns held in private ownership.
The Conservative government at the time made a compromise to look into the possible ban of legally held handguns, a move parents felt was a step in the right direction.
I can always remember the meeting with John Major. It was explained then that the best I could hope for in that political climate was a compromise where bans would be on a certain limit, the size of the gun.
Ladies and gentlemen,
as further pressure was placed on the government to turn this compromise into a reality, Lord Cullen also made 28 strong recommendations following his inquiry into the massacre, some of which focused on vital changes to police procedures.
I think a lot of the press called the police into question, and there was a lot of locals. By that time, the people had organised themselves into a group for justice for these kids. So there was a lot of political kind of aggravation going on at that time. And the police went and they were called to question. We'll never ever know the truth of this.
He had an history in the central region of Scotland. Whether anything could have been done about it, I don't know. He had been banned from certain venues. He had been banned from the schools in Dunblane of running clubs, so steps had been taken. He'd been reported to the police. They'd taken no action previously. Looking back, I wished obviously somebody had stepped in a lot earlier and prevented this person from doing what he did on the day.
Of the 28 recommendations put forward, the inquiry suggested more communication between police forces and more powers to question those holding a gun licence.
One area that was of particular concern to us only in retrospect was the involvement of the police, both in the licensing of Thomas Hamilton's firearms and also in their conduct on the day. I sat through a lot of evidence at the Cullen inquiry. I learnt a lot of things, most of which I don't think I'd have ever wanted to know about firearms legislation. And nothing I heard convinced me that it was safe for most people to have ownership of something as dangerous as handguns. That's not to say that any individual person would not be okay with them. It's just that the risk of having so many of these weapons in the hands of so many people was just not worth it.
14 months after the Dunblane Massacre, a change in legislation was finally introduced.
The first Firearms Amendment Act, which banned the larger caliber handguns, came in about a year after the Dunblane shootings. The second act, which banned the smaller caliber handguns, became law later on in 1997. So that's 18 months or so from the awful events at Dunblane to getting a ban on the private ownership of handguns.
They just showed people how you can recover and you can make changes to the law for other people, and I just thought that they showed tremendous courage, the people who were behind that campaign.
Britain's been a safer place since the handgun ban has been in, and it was a ban on legally held weapons, not illegally held weapons. That was always the argument, oh, what about the illegal weapons? And, well, they are illegal, so there are laws for that.
It's quite clear that in recent years, gun crime has been falling steadily. The risk of them happening has been considerably reduced.
The change in law was a significant milestone. But despite this, parents were left to form their own conclusions about Hamilton's motives.
Any attempt to explain what was going on in Thomas Hamilton's mind can only be a guess. Some good guessing perhaps went on at the inquiry by clinical psychiatrists, clinical psychologists. He had financial problems. He didn't like what he felt was being said about him in Dunblane and elsewhere. He didn't like the fact that his boys' club had been far less successful. And it's clear from other things he had said over the years that he was someone who liked to blame others for his failures.
Hamilton clearly had issues. The inquiry revealed that a week before the tragedy, he had written a letter to the Queen complaining he'd been branded a pervert and protesting his innocence.
Why Dunblane Primary School? Why that day? No one's ever going to know. It does, in a way, fit a pattern of mass killing. Someone who wants to kill themselves is aggrieved at how they feel other people have treated them, and so make sure that other people suffer at the same time as they kill themselves. But again, that's speculating on exactly why he wanted to do it.
Was it a revenge attack? You know, were we chosen against all the other towns that he'd had clubs in? And we'll never really know, I'd say, because he took his own life. He took a coward's way out. But in some respects, I think that's better for us, because I don't know how I'd react if he was still alive in a prison.
The horrific events of March the 13th, 1996 will be etched into people's minds forever. No one will ever know the full reason why 16 innocent children and their teacher were brutally murdered. Shortly after the new legislation was passed, Mick North decided to leave Dunblane.
I had to retire a year or so afterwards because my health wasn't good enough to continue working. I had no reason to stay in Dunblane after it happened, and since I had the option of moving away, I did.
As Mick North left Dunblane, Martin Dunn and his family decided to return.
We'd been back in England for a while. Myself and Barbara had been coming backwards and forwards to Scotland, so we could go to the cemetery every now and then. We decided that being away in England was not working for us, so eventually we made plans and we came back to Scotland. We've been here ever since, and for us that was the right decision.
The community of Dunblane has tried hard to move on from the tragedy. Shortly after the mass murder, the gymnasium at the primary school was demolished. But for those who witnessed the horrors of that day, nothing will erase the painful memories.
Life had changed for all these other children as well, because children who have witnessed something, who have got that as a memory. I mean, no child should have to see that, and they have that as a memory. If you ask someone to talk about their childhood, these children have that as a memory, that day and that week, and those kids that they lost.
Go on, fast, Debbie. Go on, carry on.
The loss doesn't go away. As the years go on, it becomes a little bit more acceptable, but the raw pain on some days just doesn't go away. You drive past the school and see children running around in the playground and you think, oh, that could have been Charlotte. We couldn't go to a wedding for a long, long time because I hadn't got a daughter to give away anymore.
There's always a huge hole there, and that's never ever going to go away, no matter what I do.
We'd have loved her whichever way she would have turned out, but we'll never know. There are those memories and reminders there that trigger those what-ifs.
It would be very hard to say exactly how much I miss Sophie. I can think of so many wonderful things that we could have done over the years.
Get upset. We have good memories. We remember things that we did as a family. Sledging down the hill with a granddad. Over the years we've come to learn to cope with those bad days, and the good days are there to remind us of the good times.
I don't know how well I would have dealt with a teenage girl on my own. However, I would have loved the chance to find out.
It was the savage killing of a young man in broad daylight on a busy stretch of motorway, witnessed by his terrified fiancée. The killer, a high-ranking career criminal who had killed before. A stunned nation was gripped by the horrific road rage murder of Stephen Cameron as it made headline news. This was a crime that shook Britain. The 21-year-old electrician Stephen Cameron was in the prime of his life. But on the 19th of May 1996, a lethal confrontation on a busy M25 motorway slip road would cost him his life.
Police are describing the attack as a case of road rage. They're appealing for witnesses to the murder, which happened earlier this afternoon on a slip road between the A20 and the M25 near Swanley in Kent.
Kent police launched a huge investigation, sparking an international manhunt to bring Stephen's killer to justice. This is the story of the brutal murder of Stephen Cameron, told from the inside through the eyewitness accounts of the family and the detective at the heart of the case. 21-year-old Stephen Cameron worked as an electrician. He was fun-loving and had a winning personality.
He was always teasing everybody. He was a very touchy-feely person. He had a way of coming up behind people and putting his arms around them and cuddling them. He always showed plenty of love.
My Stephen had a fabulous personality. His attitude to life was absolutely fantastic. He was kind, generous, funny. He was my best friend.
He was full of life, great fun to be with, just happy-go-lucky.
Stephen was in a long-term relationship with his childhood sweetheart, 17-year-old Danielle Cable. They lived together with Stephen's devoted parents, Ken and Tony, in Swanley, Kent.
Stephen met Danielle when she was at a bus stop, and this is her words to me. He looked at me, smiled at me, and I fell in love with him. And we all had our own lives, but we all were a very close family. We used to see each other all the time and do things together, go away together. We just had a perfect life. You just take it all for granted. It just seemed to us a normal, happy family life.
Stephen and myself, we used to go to golf, go and play pool. Where I worked, that's where Stephen done his training, and I used to see him every day, all day. He was always coming around, Dad, you haven't got £5 of it, I'm going to go and have some lunch. He used to tease the life out of me. We was really, really close.
In December 1995, Stephen had planned a memorable Christmas.
Christmas Eve, he came home and he'd bought her a ring. He just showed it to me and I said, oh dear, she doesn't even know. And he went over and see her mum and dad that evening and they were happy about it. So it was a really lovely Christmas that we spent together. They were looking forward to getting married later on and just having a happy family life together.
Stephen and Danielle were making plans for their future.
He was starting his own business with his cousin. They were starting up an electrical business together. Him and Danielle and his best friend Darren were moving in together. They'd rented a house in Chislehurst and they had everything to look forward to. He had his life ahead of him and he was so happy.
But this happy family life would soon be shattered. Deep in the heart of the Kent countryside, just 10 miles from the Cameron family home, lived one of Britain's most notorious criminals, Kenneth James Noy. Kenny Noy was already well known to the British police and public, a notorious career criminal involved in the money laundering of the Brinks Mat stolen gold, the largest bullion robbery in British criminal history.
We knew he was a criminal. We didn't know him. We knew there was a book that had been written, The Brinks Mat Robbery, which my husband had read and Stephen also had read.
In November 1983, a highly organised South London gang of 6 armed robbers slipped into a maximum security warehouse near Heathrow and stole 3 tons of gold bullion worth a staggering £26 million. It was during the hunt for the missing gold that Kenny Noy was brought to the attention of the police. He was turning the gold into cash. But during the Brinks Mat investigation, he murdered undercover surveillance officer, Detective Constable John Fordham, in a frenzied knife attack, stabbing the officer multiple times in his chest. Sensationally acquitted on the grounds of self-defence, Noy was instead sentenced to 14 years in prison for his involvement in the conspiracy to handle stolen gold and VAT fraud. He was released early, 7 years later, in 1994.
Kenneth Noy hadn't long been out of prison. I was unashamed in the way in which he went about his life. He didn't have much shame about the fact that he'd got 14 years in prison for handling stolen goods, the gold from the Brinks mat.
But Noy was once again about to make headline news. It was a seemingly normal Sunday morning at the Cameron family home.
Because they'd been out the night before and Stephen had been drinking.
I control myself.
That morning, I had my 2 little granddaughters staying. They'd got in bed with Stephen and Danielle and was laughing and joking, and he told them that he was going to have them as his bridesmaids, and he was describing to them what sort of dresses they would have. I was up early because my mother, who lived across the road to us, wasn't very well, and she was in bed and I was going to go shopping. Stephen got up and he said, you're going to cook my breakfast, jokingly, and I said no. I said, I'm off out. And he said, oh, come on mum, please do my breakfast. I said, no, don't be so lazy, you do it. The last thing that he did was tell me he loved me. I left with the 2 granddaughters and took them shopping.
Yeah, we had a cup of coffee together, had a little chat, because he'd been out on the Saturday night to a club.
You got to be ready in 5?
Yeah.
As Stephen and Danielle got ready, they discussed their plans for the day.
Stephen was going up to London to buy some bagels for all his friends. They were all going to a football match that afternoon to watch Danielle's brother play football.
Stephen suggested to Danielle that she drive the Bedford van.
I'm going to drive.
You'll be all right.
Danielle was driving because they'd been out the night before and Stephen had been drinking.
Danielle, never driven on a motorway in her life. She'd only just passed her test. Stephen decides that, Danielle, you can drive the vehicle, we'll go out and get some shopping. She was very reluctant to do that, but accepted that perhaps to please him she would drive it and get a motorway driving out of the way, as it were, but she wasn't very happy about it, especially a van.
It was on a Sunday, it was about 1:10 I was watching the Monaco Grand Prix. Just started the warm-up lap and Stephen went off with Danielle.
As they set off from their home to drive to London, they were unaware of the danger ahead of them. Sunday, 19th of May, 1996. Stephen Cameron and his fiancée Danielle Cable were planning to meet friends. Having been out drinking the night before, Stephen suggested that Danielle should drive his van. A reluctant Danielle agreed, and they set off from their home in Kent to travel to London on the M25.
Stephen was on the phone to his best friend Darren, who he'd known since he was about 4.5, and they were going to share the house together that week they were moving in.
They drove down Beechenley Lane, where they lived, and turned left onto London Road, heading towards the Swanley interchange and the M25 motorway.
So she drives onto the motorway at the Swanley interchange. We think she cut somebody up or had taken someone's road. The Land Rover Discovery pulled across the front of the vehicle when they stopped at the traffic lights just prior to joining the motorway.
Outraged by this late lane change, the motorist stormed out of his Land Rover and approached the van. Stephen and Danielle had never seen him before. It was convicted criminal Kenny Noy.
Danielle is in a dreadful state at the driver's wheel of this rascal van.
Terrified, Danielle had no idea why her driving had just triggered such a tirade of abuse from the other motorist. Stephen stepped out of the van and approached the raging driver.
Stephen wasn't even driving. He was just protecting his fiancée, which any man would do.
Stephen Cameron came face to face with Kenny Noy.
What he didn't know at the time, of course, was that the one person that he picked this gesticulation with was Kenneth Noy, a known criminal.
They quickly became embroiled in a heated exchange of words.
There is a confrontation between Stephen and Kenneth Noy at the front of the rascal van, of which Danielle saw the lot.
But the disagreement soon turned to physical violence.
The first punch would appear to have been thrown by Kenneth Noy.
Stephen instinctively defended himself.
But whatever happened, Kenneth Noy was getting the worst of the confrontation that effectively he'd chosen to have.
In a desperate bid to help her fiancé, Danielle frantically tried flagging down other motorists. Over 30 vehicles passed, but no one stopped to help. But it soon appeared that a younger, bigger and stronger Stephen had managed to defeat Noy.
Instead of leaving, instead of just going, he goes back to his vehicle, to the passenger side, and comes back as Stephen's coming back into the rascal van with what we now know is a knife. Danielle is screaming at Stephen, he's got a knife, Steve.
Stephen turned away to walk away, and the man went back and got a knife.
And the next thing you know, he's stabbed by Kenneth Noy, fatally in the heart.
Noy twice plunged the knife into Stephen's body, puncturing his heart and liver. With the knife still in his hand, Kenny Noy got back into his vehicle and drove off at speed. Stephen had collapsed in Danielle's arms, covered in blood.
The only person who had the presence of mind to think about getting the registration number of the Land Rover Discovery was indeed Stephen.
With Stephen dying in her arms, a distressed Danielle phoned for an ambulance and then quickly called Ken Cameron.
When Danielle phoned me, I just went into total panic mode.
Stay calm. Stay there.
I don't even remember driving to the roundabout. I just got in the car and went. I just got there and I see Danielle, and she was as white as a sheet. She was really, really white, pale, and she was shaking like a leaf. So I sat her in the car and I went over to Stephen and yeah.
Within minutes, paramedics arrived on the scene, but they were too late.
I just looked at him and just knew he was dead. He was as white as anything, and I just knew he was dead, and they knew he was dead. That's an image that's actually burnt into my head. I can still see him laying there. I was numb. My body just felt totally numb. If anyone had said to me, if you were to see your son lying in the road and you knew he was dead, how would you react? I'd have said I'd have gone hysterical. I was as calm as anything. I suppose something just takes over, doesn't it? The adrenaline just takes over.
What's his name? Stephen. Stephen. Stephen.
Ken drove back home to tell Tony.
Just as I'd got home, he rushed out the house and said to me, just get in the car. And I see Danielle was sitting in the front, so I got in the back with the two girls, not knowing what it was. And I always remember looking at Danielle, and she was staring straight ahead. Her face was as white as snow. And I knew by my husband's panic that something was wrong. And I remember my husband was driving frantically and he said to me, Stephen's been stabbed. I just felt my heart was going to come out of my chest. It was just thumping and thumping, and I just couldn't understand, you know, what was going on. I remember phoning my son. I was panicking, and I thought, I've got to phone the two little girls' mum to tell them to meet us at the hospital, because I didn't want them to be there.
Danielle just sat there as quiet as anything. He's never said a word.
We went into a small room and we all stood there just waiting for news.
I knew Stephen was dead, but I couldn't tell her. I just couldn't tell her.
The doctor came in and he told us that they couldn't save our Stephen. He'd died. I couldn't speak, I couldn't do anything. I just remember feeling numb. Everything was so normal that morning, and something like that just didn't seem real. And I couldn't believe that my Stephen could have died. I just wanted to be with him, and they did allow us to go and see him. And I remember holding his hand, and, you know, I don't know how I felt. I just felt numb. I still can't believe that it was him laying there. I can't think how my husband must have felt, because he actually saw him. I was spared that, but I wish I'd have been with him though, because it'd be nice as a mother to be with him at that time.
But the one thing I always stuck in my mind, I can never remember seeing any blood. I can never remember seeing any blood at all. And he must have been covered in blood, quite truthful. Don't remember, it must be blanked out.
When your child leaves the house, you wave them goodbye, but you never think you're not going to see them again.
A man's been stabbed to death after an argument with another driver. Police are describing the attack
Stephen
as a case
Cameron
of
from
road
Swanley was killed in front of his girlfriend during an argument on a motorway slip road.
Danielle, whose surname isn't being released by the police, had been engaged to Stephen for 6 months.
The shocking headlines the following day horrified the nation. There was stunned disbelief that a motorist could kill another over an argument about their driving. Kent police quickly mounted Operation Quern to hunt down Stephen's killer.
It was one of the biggest criminal investigations in terms of resources for the Kent police that we've ever had. We had something like in excess of 30 witnesses who had been using the motorway, that junction, at the time, and each of them saw different parts of what happened. Danielle, of course, saw everything that happened.
He was driving a Land Rover when I came up.
Out of all the witnesses that we had that saw, if not all the incident, but part of the incident, none of them got the whole registration number. None of them.
With no vehicle registration number, Kent police were struggling to identify the killer. Had Kenny Noy managed to get away with the stabbing? Electrician Stephen Cameron was in the prime of his life until he was fatally stabbed during a road rage incident on a busy motorway slip road. His dying words to his fiancée were to note down his killer's number plate. Kenny Noy, a notorious criminal, had fled the crime scene.
There was someone out there that had stabbed Stephen, and I wanted them caught.
Although we had witnesses who could say what happened. Nobody identified the person, no one knew who he was, and we were in a very difficult position because we didn't have any forensic evidence that would link a suspect to the scene. There is a CCTV camera at that junction, and on that particular day, the 19th of May, it was not working.
With no forensic evidence and no CCTV, Kent police were struggling to identify the M25 killer.
The man disappeared in what we knew was an L-registered Land Rover Discovery. Difficulty you had was, of course, we didn't have the entire registration number. The police national computer showed 18,000 plus L-registered Land Rover Discoveries, and they're only the legitimate ones that were registered in the UK. But when you spoke to the witnesses, we had about 5 different colours. The colours ranged from green to maroon to blue to grey to black. Very soon we realised that we were going to find it very difficult to find that particular vehicle. If you don't have that significant lead for a named person within the first 48, 72 hours, you know it's going to be an uphill task.
Two months after he was stabbed, the funeral of Stephen Cameron took place at St Mary's Church in Swanley. Friends and family gathered to pay their respects and say their final goodbye.
We had a house full of people and we both felt lonely. Well, you just try and keep yourself going, trying to be strong. I was trying to be strong for Tony. Tony was trying to be strong for us, for me. But you just go through the motions of life, don't you?
At the time, you're numb. I was doing things, don't remember what I was doing. It was as though I was standing up on the ceiling looking down at everybody.
After Stephen died, I tried to get on with my life the best I could. It was very, very difficult. I just couldn't work anymore. I needed a nervous breakdown. I just couldn't face going to work. I couldn't cope with work. If it hadn't been for Tony, I don't know what I would have done because she was an absolute brick.
The grieving family's focus turned once more to the police investigation and finding the M25 killer.
There was lots of points where you think that he isn't going to get caught, he isn't going to get found. And that was the worst part, not knowing where he was. We wanted him caught. For Stephen's sake, we would have gone to the ends of the world for that to happen.
I did start to question if they would actually catch him in my own mind. I used to phone up Nick Biddis, the superintendent, and beat him up every week on the phone. I used to give him a hard time.
There is always a pressure for us to solve such dreadful crimes. There's pressures both from the police, as it were, the public, the media, and especially the family. I mean, Danielle's lost a fiancé. Ken and Tony, of course, they've lost a son.
A heartbroken Danielle was their key witness, and Kent police desperately needed her to help solve the murder.
And what did Stephen do?
Danielle was extremely cooperative and wanted justice for Stephen and the family. She was always available for me to interview her or to get some information if there was anything, and I always kept regular contact with her, with Ken and Tony Cameron.
So when the man hit him, that must have just made him really angry.
Danielle's emotions gave me the strength because I knew I had to help her. It was a sort of a motherly instinct, if you like, and I felt I had to be strong for her.
He was just trying to diffuse.
To see someone you love stabbed to death and die in your arms, especially because she was so young and she was so hurt by it all.
Danielle provided the police with a description of the vehicle and Stephen's killer, whilst intelligence was beginning to shed some light on the identity of the Land Rover owner.
There was information that came in relation to local criminals, which is not unusual in a murder inquiry. Kenneth Noy was the sort of guy that wouldn't hide away and would be part of his local community, be seen. It was suggested to us that he disappeared.
This key piece of intelligence shocked those involved.
I couldn't imagine anyone that would have gone back and got a knife, so I obviously thought it was some sort of villain to do something like that and to do it and run and not show any remorse. It might be road rage, but to me it was murder.
We were extremely surprised to think that somebody of Kenneth Noy's professional criminal standard would get involved in such a crime. But of course he's disappeared, so we need to look at it.
We never for a moment imagined that he would have been there to have murdered Stephen. It was 1,000,000 to 1 chance that he would meet such a criminal.
I didn't believe it. First off, I just could not believe it. A person with his stature in the criminal world at 1:20 of a Sunday afternoon would do such a stupid thing in broad daylight in front of loads of people. Because he's a person who's well known in the area. I just didn't believe it.
But Kenny Noy had realised the enormity of his crime. After stabbing Stephen Cameron to death, Kenneth Noy raced back to his home, where he made a number of frantic calls, packed a suitcase with cash and left.
Within 24 hours of the murder, his phone went dead. His mobile phone went dead. And of course, we had no means of finding out what communication he may have been using. Clearly he was using something, but we didn't have any way of monitoring it. We obviously searched his house. His associates and friends and his family claimed they hadn't seen him or he'd gone. I don't know where he was, but he'd had nothing to do with such a crime. Nobody would tell us anything. Nobody knew anything. Hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil. He just disappeared off the face of the earth.
With the help of his underworld contacts, Noy was whisked across the channel by helicopter, fleeing the country.
We knew he had a criminal background. He had friends in the criminal world that would help him to stay away, and we knew he would have all these things to help him.
He was desperate to cover his tracks and raise as little suspicion as possible.
We then soon realised that Kenneth Noy not only had disappeared, but the Land Rover Discovery that he had been driving has disappeared. There was another, what we called a doppelganger vehicle, had been stuck on his driveway. This vehicle, which looked exactly the same colour and type of the one that we were looking for, was bought for cash. And that vehicle landed up on Kenneth Noy's driveway. I think it was put there so as if anybody was casually passing by to say that, you know, Kenneth Noy's disappeared, but his vehicle's still on his driveway.
Very quickly, the press discovered the identity of the prime suspect and took a renewed interest in the story.
The press found out that we were looking to try and find Kenneth Noy, who was well known in media circles, and therefore it was a good story. Sells papers.
You guys are going to put you in charge of dealing with all the witnesses. Your look is mine.
I think the police knew or thought it was Kenneth Noy for about 2 weeks after Stephen died. And they were just looking for him. But I don't think they wanted it broadcast.
I didn't really want his name mentioned at all, because I knew that it could potentially harm any fair trial No matter who the defendant is, they're entitled to a fair trial. And the next thing you know, it's on the Sunday papers. Pictures, everything. Kent Police are after Kenneth Noy in relation to the M25 murders. Does anybody know where he is?
I found out Noy was the chief suspect when I bought the News of the World one Sunday morning, in which they was totally outrageous. They shouldn't have done that.
I suppose what I could say was it could have been as a result of the public knowing that, of course, made people aware and kept it in the minds of the public, kept the story and the case going.
The story was generating huge amounts of interest. Reported sightings of Noy started coming in.
We had sightings of Kenneth Noy, or people who thought they'd seen Kenneth Noy, from all over the world. We went from Russia to Brazil, he'd gone to South America to have his face changed. Kenneth Noy is dead, definitely dead. And I said, unless I see his dead body and I have his fingerprints off it, I won't believe it. But there were sightings all over the place. I'm surprised he wasn't seen on the moon.
2 years into the murder investigation, Kent Police finally got a major breakthrough. They received reports that Noy was residing in Spain.
Noy kept a very low profile and, of course, changed his identity with a new passport in the name of Green. His lifestyle was one where he was living in a very remote house. He would be drinking in bars. He was keeping himself to himself, but clearly wasn't a hermit.
The police needed to confirm that the sightings were indeed that of Kenneth James Noy. But media intrusion into the investigation was making things difficult.
The problem I had was the minute I sent any officers abroad, it would only be 24, most 48 hours before the press found out. Eventually, I ran it as a secret inquiry. I sent the officers out there with the remit. All I need you to do is to go out there and see if you can see this guy and tell me whether it's Kenneth Noy. Don't forget that in 1984, Kenneth Noy had killed a police officer in the grounds of his house at West Kingsdown, and I've sent 2 officers out with absolutely no backup to a foreign country to see if they can find this man and identify him.
With their mission outlined, the undercover surveillance officers tracked Noy down to a bar.
Those officers actually knew Kenneth Noy because of obviously his previous convictions, and they gave me a positive response. It's definitely him.
It was a big major breakthrough, but it was sort of opening wounds up because 2 years on we were, settling down a little bit.
But bringing Kenneth Noy to justice was by no means a straightforward feat.
We still hadn't got either any forensic evidence or anybody actually identifying Kenneth Noy as the person who stabbed Stephen Cameron. But the bottom line was that in order to link him with the crime on the 19th of May, I needed Danielle to identify him.
She actually was the only one that actually looked him in the eyes and saw him that day.
It was now up to Danielle to bring Stephen's killer to justice. But 2 years after the stabbing, would Danielle be able to positively identify her fiancé's killer? After fatally stabbing Stephen Cameron on a busy motorway slip road, notorious criminal Kenny Noy fled the country. It sparked an international manhunt to bring him to justice. Having finally located Noy in Spain, Kent Police now needed to positively identify him as Stephen's killer. There was only one person who was capable of doing that. the only person who witnessed the entire murder, Stephen's fiancée, Danielle Cable.
The identification out in Spain was, in my view, the most significant point of the whole investigation. Clearly, if she didn't identify the person out there, who we knew was Kenneth Noye, as the person who had killed her fiancé, Stephen Cameron, then the whole case in terms of Kenneth Noye would have fallen apart. And I kept regular contact with Danielle, told her that at some stage, Danielle, it may be that you have to go somewhere outside this country and you may have to try and identify the person responsible.
When the police came round to see us and inform us that Danielle had actually been taken away on a plane to identify the suspect, it came as a shock because we had no idea that they were that close to catching him.
He didn't tell us where. He just said Daniel was on the plane as I speak to you at the moment. We think we found him. I was elated. Cried my eyes out.
Oh, I was really concerned. I was really worried about her because I knew she would be upset. I knew she'd be frightened.
Of course, there were dangers in doing that. There were dangers for her welfare, so much so that when we eventually decided that she'd have to go out there to do this, I decided to do it in as public an area as possible. What we were trying to avoid was, if you like, a one-to-one situation. Fortunately for us, we went out to a restaurant where it was absolutely packed. Danielle was able to look through a window and she was positive in that identification.
Nick Bidis phoned us and said, "We've got him, she's ID'd him, it's him." And we were just, so relieved.
It's about 2 years after Stephen died, which was an eternity, but they actually found him.
We were then able, as a result of that identification, to obtain a warrant for his arrest in the UK.
Within 24 hours, Kent police were granted a warrant for Kenny Noye's arrest.
Kenneth Noye was a creature of habit, and he was a person who frequented much the same bars in the Barbat area, and he was located in a particular bar where he was sitting outside on the seafront, and he was accompanied by a young lady. The Spanish authorities were actually fully briefed as to Kenneth Noye's previous convictions and his previous history as regards his violence towards officers, and they, I can assure you, took no chances when it came to arresting him. He was very quickly grabbed, immobilised, handcuffed and taken into custody.
With Noye arrested, the process for his extradition back to the UK began, a lengthy process that would take a year to complete.
It was for the British courts to decide whether it was being dealt with in accordance with the law, and they granted it, and he was duly extradited 3 years almost to the day that the crime had been committed. Initially, he claimed he had nothing to do whatsoever with the incident on the M25 on the 19th of May and knew nothing about the murder of Stephen Cameron, and that the British police were after him because of him being acquitted of murder of a police officer. That was his claim.
That is the problem. That is the problem with everything that happened last time.
Once he was brought back to the country, he then accepted that it was indeed him that had killed Stephen Cameron on the 19th of May, but that it was in self-defence.
The guy actually attacked me. That's what you've got to understand. He attacked me.
He had to hold his hands up. Yes, I was there, it was me, but it was self-defence. But it was never self-defence. Stephen wasn't carrying a knife, he was the one carrying a knife. "4 years after killing Stephen Cameron,
Kenneth Noy stood trial at the Old Bailey. He pleaded not guilty.
It's very important to go to the trial and see him face the music and see justice done.
The first time I saw Kenneth Noy in court, I wanted him to be dead for killing my son.
Stabbing him twice, he intended to kill him. And I just wanted justice for Stephen. That's all I've ever wanted.
When he gave evidence at court, he said that he believed he had to leave the scene, leave the country, because the police would make sure that he got convicted of a crime he never committed, and therefore he wasn't going to hang around and wait to be arrested.
He was trying to make out that Stephen was the violent person, that it was in self-defence. He even said in court that he thought Stephen was going to throw him over the bridge and all sorts of silly things he came out with.
He was a maniac, he was a psychopath. What could I do?
But it was Danielle's witness statement that would be of crucial importance.
The key part to this case, and the one that linked it all together, was the identification of Kenneth Noy by Danielle Cable. Forensically, there was nothing there, and unless we had somebody who could identify the person who stuck the knife into Stephen, then we would never have got a conviction.
Part of his defence was that he had been identified unlawfully by Danielle. It was proven that it wasn't. Danielle was a key witness, and the one thing she always said was that his eyes, evil eyes, and that's what she see when she went out to Spain and see him, his evil eyes. That's when she knew it was him.
I hereby sentence you to life imprisonment.
Kenneth Noy was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison for the murder of Stephen Cameron. He would have to serve a minimum term of 16 years before he could be considered for parole.
At the time, I felt elated that he'd been found guilty, but I felt deflated that life didn't mean life, because he got 16 years. To me, he should never come out. He doesn't deserve to be out. He showed no remorse. I feel that Stephen got justice because we caught the person that did it, but I don't feel that there's justice, the fact that he's going to one day walk free and have some sort of life.
Me personally, I think the law now should be that anyone who carries a knife, is caught carrying a knife, should be put in prison. It's treated totally different to gun crimes, which I think people die with knives and people die with guns. Why is it treated totally different to gun crimes?
I don't know where she is now. I don't know what her identity is, and neither do I need to know. All I want to make sure is that she can get on and lead the rest of her life in a happy way and a content way.
We haven't seen Danielle since 1998, and we absolutely loved Danielle. She was a wonderful little girl. She really was a wonderful little girl, and we both miss her.
She was a very brave girl to have done what she did, because she could have easily turned around and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm not going to get involved in it because it's likely to be a problem." But I think she's a very brave girl and should be given all credit for that.
Stephen would have been a fantastic father, absolutely fantastic father. We'd have had fantastic grandchildren with him, which we've been totally denied by an evil man.
You live your life, but you're not happy. Inside, your heart's broken. No one can mend that.
Our son Michael can't even talk about Stephen. He can't face that his brother's dead. But yeah, everyone's got on with their life, which we've had to get on with our life. You have to, don't you? Life goes on, but you don't stop mourning. You don't stop missing Stephen. I miss him every day, all day.
dead of the night on the 7th of August 1985, 5 members of the same family were brutally murdered in their farmhouse.
It was a shocking crime in an area where there was very little or no crime.
2 6-year-old boys and 3 adults were shot dead in cold blood.
It was just ridiculously big, the story. It was just almost crazy.
Officers believed Sheila Caffell had killed her family and then turned the gun on herself. But the twist that followed thrust this horrific crime into the headlines and turned the focus to her brother, Jeremy Bamber, a name that has gone down in the annals of British crime history.
I don't think Britain had heard of a twist like it.
And the twist continues. Is the right person behind bars? We look at vital new evidence that opens this case once more and makes this a crime that shook Britain. "3:36 a.m. Chelmsford police in Essex receive a call from a local farmer, Jeremy Bamber, worried for his family's welfare.
Jeremy Bamber had apparently received a phone call from his adoptive father to say that his sister, Sheila, had gone berserk in the house.
You've got to come quickly. Dad?
And had a gun.
Dad!
Jeremy Bamber tried to call back. He could not get through. In his state of anxiety, he wasn't sure, and who would be sure, whether it was engaged or off the hook or whatever, but he couldn't get through. Jeremy phoned the local police station and was advised to go to White House Farm, where he would find police officers waiting for him.
The police rushed to the scene, and I think they spent quite a bit of time waiting outside, as you would do if there's been a report of gunshots.
Jeremy Bamber worked at his parents' farm, but lived just 3 miles away in Goldhanger. He arrived at the scene just minutes after the police.
A conversation started. The police officers wanted to know about the house, who's in it, and what might be behind the phone call.
Bamber explained he had left the farm after work the previous evening. Officers decided not to enter until armed backup was at the scene.
Police reinforcements were called and they were briefed. They were told there was a siege situation.
Jeremy was asked to sketch a plan of the house for the firearms team. From the conversation with his father, it appeared Sheila, his sister, was threatening the family with a gun. At 7:35 a.m., almost 4 hours after police initially arrived, armed officers entered the sprawling 18th century farmhouse to be faced with a devastating scene.
The father, Neville Bamber, was in the kitchen. He'd been shot there. The twins were in their beds. One certainly had been shot through the head and was still sucking his thumb. We had June out of her bed in the bedroom, and Sheila, the adopted daughter, laying there with a rifle, laying across her body with an open Bible alongside her.
Sheila Caffell, her twin sons Nicholas and Daniel, and her parents, Neville and June Bamber, had been brutally murdered. Shot numerous times in cold blood. The only immediate surviving relative remained outside, Jeremy Bamber.
Sergeant Jones and DC Clark's job was, in that first instance, family welfare.
Jeremy had been warned to expect the worst.
We've been all around the place. 5 fatalities, I'm afraid.
He had been driven back from, if you like, the frontline operations and was some hundreds of yards back. When the story was broke to him, he broke down and he cried, and he was in a state of traumatic shock.
As 24-year-old Jeremy reeled from the devastation of losing his entire family, the crime scene suggested there was no one else involved.
Police elicited that Sheila, suffering with mental illness, a few days before had come out of a hospital. Farmer's daughter, could handle a firearm. Jeremy Bamber, he'd been shooting rabbits and had left the gun with ammunition and a fully loaded magazine on the kitchen table. So everything was slotting into place to set the scene of her going berserk, having access to a gun, picking it up, and then shooting everybody, and then shooting herself.
There was no doubt in the minds of the majority of the senior police officers that they were dealing with a case of one suicide and 4 murders. Sheila Caffell was diagnosed as paranoid schizophrenic. She had a history of mental illness.
A tragic young woman with severe mental illness had repeatedly shot both her children and parents. News quickly spread through the small village, and the national media descended to cover the story.
The massacre at White House Farm, it was stated that Sheila Caffell's injuries appeared to be self-inflicted.
I was chief reporter on the Evening Gazette at the time of the killings. And the policeman said, well, yeah, what's happened is 5 people have been found murdered in a farmhouse. You might get 1 murder in a year in the Colchester area, and that would be a big deal. But to have so many deaths reported like that, he just couldn't quite take it in, I don't think.
The Bamber family were respected members of the community.
Neville and June Bamber were very well known in the area. He was a local gentleman farmer. She very active in the local church. In addition, Neville was a local magistrate on the Witton bench.
They lived in a very, very nice house worth quite a lot of money. You'd look at them and suspect they appeared sort of salt of the earth, but clearly the same didn't apply to their 2 adopted children.
Jeremy and his older sister, Sheila, had very different reputations to their parents.
Sheila embarked on a career in modelling. Initially, she made some progress, and she did a fair amount. But that seemed to suddenly fizzle out.
Jeremy was a good-looking lad, and I think we soon found out that he had a very lively social life. It didn't take long to find out that he liked being out in the town in Colchester, and I think he was a bit of a ladies' man.
Sheila and Jeremy wanted a greater freedom than their mother was prepared to condone. And I think that is where the trouble started.
Friction within the Bamber family soon emerged, but officers needed to delve deeper to uncover a motive behind this horrific crime. Meanwhile, Jeremy, the only surviving close relative, was taken home to deal with his loss and piece together events leading up to the murders. Officers learned that the previous day, Jeremy and his father had worked the land, whilst June took Sheila and the boys into the local village.
Jeremy and Neville came back from harvesting. There was some sort of family supper, and they all sat round the kitchen table. And it was that point, according to Jeremy, that the conversation happened. And one element of that was suggesting that Sheila could not quite cope with her children.
Sheila Caffell had a history of mental illness and was taking prescribed medication. She had split from her husband and was visiting her parents. Her recent state of mind had given Neville and June cause for concern.
It soon became clear that Sheila was a very strange and troubled young woman. It was revealed that she believed her sons were the spawn of the devil. She's schizophrenic, and she had a lot of issues with religion, which probably stemmed from her mother.
Jeremy says that there was tension, quite considerable tension, when he went.
After the heated discussion, Jeremy left White House Farm. It was 9:30 p.m. 6 hours later, he received a call from his father.
Hello? You've got to come quickly. Dad?
The sleepy village of Tolsunt Darcy in Essex has been the scene of horrific multiple murders. 3 generations of a family have been shot and killed, including 2 6-year-old boys. Only one close family member remains, the son, Jeremy Bamber.
The police believed there was a siege situation at White House Farm, and that was why the reinforcements were called. It is also why 2 ambulances were called.
Officers waited outside the property for 4 hours before sending armed response into the farm. From the scene that confronted them, they quickly concluded that Sheila Caffell had murdered her family before killing herself. Detective Inspector Miller arrived after the bodies had been discovered.
When I got there, I was quite amazed to find a lot of press people there, and that a press announcement had already been made saying that this woman had killed all of her family. That's as much as I knew, and I was instructed to clear things up at the house and prepare a file for the coroner.
Just hours after finding the bodies, police took the decision to remove certain items from the house. Crucial evidence was taken and destroyed as officers believed the case was closed.
Within 24 hours, there was a general clean-out of White House Farm, and a fair amount was removed, in particular carpets. And one does wonder why, but they were taken out and they were destroyed before any real forensic evidence could be taken from them.
The carpets, which would be heavily bloodstained, were burned in the grounds of the farm.
In the immediate aftermath, Jeremy agreed to officers destroying some items from the farm to remove painful memories.
It was nothing like as secure as we would have been nowadays for what was a murder scene, where we were still looking for somebody else. That would have been contained obviously a lot better, but the instruction had gone out that it wasn't such a scene and that it got not such an in-depth forensic examination.
As forensic evidence wasn't a priority, the keys to White House Farm were handed to Jeremy and the extended family just 3 days later.
The relations of the Bambers, one particular woman, Anne Eaton, I think was a cousin, she had come to the farm to do an inventory with the family solicitors.
Jeremy Bamber's cousins, Anne Eaton and David Buflower, and Uncle Robert Buflower, were also farmers who lived nearby. They were keen to safeguard the property in the aftermath of the tragedy.
There's sort of a bit of a Miss Marple thing going on there, and they obviously went into the house and had their suspicions.
The Eatons and the Buflowers made a point of thoroughly searching the farmhouse. What happened next turned the case upside down.
And it was shortly prior to the coroner's hearing that a surprising development happened.
And they say in the gun cupboard in that downstairs office, they found the silencer and other materials.
This silencer would fit and would be used with the rifle that we found on the body of Sheila Caffell. And Anne Eaton found it strange that the silencer was not on the gun when we found it, because there was no silencer on the gun when we found it.
The weapon that lay with Sheila Caffell was a .22 caliber rifle, a gun used by the family for shooting rabbits. It was able to accommodate a silencer or sound moderator, like the one discovered in the gun cupboard.
Once you got out the box, On it seemed like some red paint or blood, or both, and a grey hair coming out of it. That sort of attached itself to it.
The family was convinced these items were connected to the murders, so made the decision to remove them from White House Farm. 2 days later, police collected the items the cousins had discovered.
We were fortunate as an investigating team that Anne Eaton, who was familiar with the house, was able to find that silencer and deliver it to us. Because had we not got that, I'm not so sure that we would have ever had the conversation with Anne Eaton about the rifle that we found not having a silencer on it.
This discovery by Anne Eaton and her family changed the whole investigation. Officers said the gun found on Sheila Caffell did not have a silencer on it. If they proved otherwise, she could not have committed the crime.
She rang Stone Jones and he went over and collected it and brought it straight over to me, rang me and said, "Can I come and see you? I've got this silencer."
Detective Inspector Bob Miller took possession of the device and sent it for forensic examination.
Mildly excited, I have to say, when I saw it, but keeping an open mind and always looking at the negative side of things, said, well, it could be blood from a rabbit, the hair could be from a rabbit, it could be where the rabbit's only injured and they've actually gone up close to it to put it out of its misery. But we will send it to the forensic laboratory at Huntingdon for them to carry out a proper examination of it.
Just a day later, police were called to the farm once more. This time, the cousins had discovered a scratch on the mantelpiece in the kitchen.
The relatives of Jeremy Bamber had told the police that they discovered this mark and that it was related to a silencer that they'd also found in the farmhouse.
Jeremy's cousins believed red flecks on the silencer could have been the result of a violent struggle in the kitchen, where the gun came into contact with the mantel. Whilst this was examined, results on red particles in the silencer were reported back.
The result came back with the fact that it was human blood on the silencer, inside the silencer, but not inside the rifle.
This was a major turning point in the case. If traces of human blood were found, it suggested the device had to have been used for something other than killing animals. And the lab reports went even further.
The blood inside the silencer was Sheila Caffell. I'm not so sure if the laboratory were 100% that it wasn't also a mixture of June and Neville's blood. But either way, it was certainly Sheila Caffell's.
Forensics had found the enzyme AK1 in the particles and attributed it to Sheila Caffell. If her blood was on the silencer, police believed the whole case was different to what they originally thought.
The silencer had to be on the rifle at the time when the shootings took place. Whoever did it must have removed the silencer, put it back in the box, put it back in the cupboard. Now this, of course, put a whole different complexion on the inquiry, because with the silencer fixed onto the rifle, laying across her body, had she shot herself, the gun now was too long for her to get a hand down to pull the trigger. To be resting under her chin. Couldn't be done. Impossible.
Police were originally convinced they were dealing with a murder-suicide. Now, a very different picture was being painted. As some officers investigated this new line of inquiry, the official verdict remained. Just 9 days after the shootings, the bodies were released, and Jeremy Bamber laid some of his family to rest.
He was inconsolable. He had his girlfriend Julie Mugford by his side and Colin Caffell, Sheila's estranged husband, by his other side, and it was It was like something out of a movie. I remember looking at the photographs thinking there was a real power about the pictures. He did appear to be genuinely devastated.
As the images of a broken family stunned the nation, officers continued with their inquiries and were soon to be rocked by yet another revelation.
Jeremy Bamber's girlfriend at the time was a school teacher, Julie Mugford.
She lived in Goldhanger, or stayed in Goldhanger with him. There were other girls around, and Jeremy enjoyed life, as he would say perhaps at the time.
He said in the past that he wanted to kill them.
It appears that early discussions with her, Jeremy suggested he was going to carry out the murders himself.
Police in Essex have reopened their investigation into the deaths of a family of 5 last month.
Jeremy Bamber's immediate family have been brutally murdered in a violent attack at their farmhouse. Police believe Sheila Caffell, his sister, who suffers with schizophrenia, has killed her parents and sons before turning the gun on herself. But as Jeremy buries his loved ones and tries to cope with the grief, a sensational twist throws the whole case into turmoil.
Jeremy Bamber's girlfriend at the time of the tragedies said he discussed ways of getting rid of the family, but I think the turning point for her, not only was her conscience getting the better of her, and she felt she had to come and unburden it to us, but I think she'd overheard him talking to an old flame on the phone at the time that they were going out together, and felt a bit as though she was the jilted lover, as it were. And I think that certainly helped to be the turning point, which at the end of the day was in favour of the investigation.
Their relationship had changed, and perhaps it wasn't quite what she hoped it was, so it appears that was the catalyst for her going to the police to make sensational allegations about him being behind the murders.
Today was the day he was going to do it.
Initially, I believe she said that he'd told her, "Tonight's the night."
This startling revelation, along with the blood results from the silencer, gave the police 2 strong indications that Sheila Caffell may not have killed her family. Their attention quickly turned to Jeremy Bamber.
The only person with any motive to kill all of that family, not rob the house, not burglarise the house, just to go in and kill a complete family, the only motive could have been the inheritance. And the only people that stood to inherit was Sheila Caffell and Jeremy Bamber. With Sheila Caffell out of the way, the only inheritor would be Jeremy Bamber.
Bamber was privately educated and well known in the area for his adventurous lifestyle. Having travelled the world after leaving college, he eventually settled down to work full-time in the family businesses, White House Farm and a nearby caravan park. Bamber's girlfriend at the time, Julie Mugford, claimed he had hired a hitman to carry out the murders. With her statement, and also the evidence found by the family, Detective Inspector Miller and his team were keen to turn the investigation around.
Mick Ainsley, Sergeant Jones, myself, Taff Jones were in an office at Whitton Police Station. We related of what we'd got from Julie Mugford, and Mike Ainsley went round the circle of us. Said, right, what do you think? Taff said, I'm sticking with what I've always said, that she's committed the murders and shot herself. He said to Stan Jones, what do you think? He said, well, I think Jeremy's done it. And he said to me, what do you think? And I said, well, this witness seems very plausible. As far as I was concerned, there was enough evidence to bring in and charge with the murders Jeremy Bamber at that point.
Officers believed Bamber could have entered the farmhouse through a small downstairs window, then travelled back to his cottage in nearby Goldhanger before alerting police.
There's a sea-wall from Goldhanger round to the farm. I think a bicycle ride to and from the scene would never have been seen in a million years. Certainly wouldn't take a car. Car headlights could have been seen coming around the village.
By now, police felt the evidence against Bamber was mounting. During their investigations, he had left the country with a friend for a holiday. In his absence, police were also told that some flecks on the silencer had originated from the mantel, confirming the family's theory that a violent struggle had taken place. On Bamber's return to the UK, officers were waiting to arrest him. Jeremy Bamber was interviewed and charged with 5 counts of murder on the 29th of September 1985. He vehemently denied any involvement in his family's tragic deaths, stating he was at home when his father called, and that Julie Mugford had an axe to grind, having finished their relationship shortly after the murders. But Essex police had their evidence. Just over a year later, Bamber's high-profile court case began.
Jeremy Bamber, the brother of model Sheila Caffel, has appeared in court charged with the murder of his parents, his sister and her twin sons. Mr. Bamber denied all the charges.
Mr. Bamber, is it true that your sister...
The big moment was when he came into court.
Indeed.
My recollection of him standing there being very polite, very attentive, not humble, but trying to portray this image of someone who was quite nice, charming, decent fellow.
The key moment in the trial was Julia Mugford's testimony.
Miss Mugford, why did it take you 6 weeks?
Because the jury had to decide who was telling the truth, Julia or Jeremy.
Didn't show much emotion. At times he seemed still a little bit amused by the proceedings. I suspect he really thought he was going to get off.
Not for me to defend.
No further questions, Your Honour?
The silencer evidence, yes, there it was. But that didn't have quite the emotional pull, emotional influence that seeing this young girl in the dock and having to adjudicate on her truth.
Is it true, Miss Mugford, that your former boyfriend, Jeremy Bamber, told you of his desire to kill his family? Please tell the court about the events of the night of the murders.
It was like nothing I've ever experienced. There was a buzz, you could feel it in your stomach. You know, the court was packed with journalists, packed with spectators. It was probably the most memorable day of my journalistic career.
I therefore put it to you, Mr. Bamber, that it was you who killed
Jeremy
your family
Bamber's
on
trial
that tragic night
lasted
at White
19
House Farm.
days. In summing up, the judge outlined key points for the jury to consider.
As part of his defence, recalled or had read to you evidence to show that Sheila was mentally ill and argued that in her conduct in killing her family, it is entirely consistent with that illness. The red paint on the knurled end and the mark on the knurled end of the mantelpiece show that on that fact alone, that the silencer was on the gun during the fight in the kitchen.
Members of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honour, we have.
The jury, by 10-2 majority, decided that he'd committed all the murders. And he was sentenced to 5 life sentences.
Jeremy Bamber, the man who killed his family in order to inherit a fortune, has been sent to jail for at least 25 years.
Justice Drake was the presiding judge and said you will serve a minimum of 25 years. You're a warped individual.
You are evil beyond belief. Officers, take him away.
As Bamber faced the rest of his life in prison, the scale and magnitude of this sensational case played out in a press frenzy. Despite the passing of time, this extraordinary crime rarely leaves the headlines for long. And now, over 20 years on, documentation from the investigation has come to light. New evidence that puts a twist on this heinous crime once more. Here, for the first time, we study the contents. On the morning of the tragedy, Jeremy Bamber was adamant there was movement within the farm.
About, 2 minutes past 4 off the house, something strange happened. Jeremy says they saw movement, a figure, a person moving in an upstairs room. They ran away, and certainly other police records confirm that they did run away.
In addition to this, police telephone logs from the evening state officers were in conversation with somebody inside the farm at 5:25 a.m. Armed response waited to enter the house until 7:37, over 4 hours after police arrived at the scene, and more than 2 hours after the conversation log.
7:37, they reported that in the kitchen were 2 dead bodies, one male, one female. That same message was picked up and recorded by 2 other sources.
After discovering 2 bodies in the kitchen, all but one of the armed officers searched the rest of the house.
At 10 minutes past 8, they radioed 3 more bodies found upstairs.
So initial inspection of the property reported 2 bodies downstairs and 3 upstairs. Yet by the time of Jeremy Bamber's trial, that had changed.
The entire scene of crime presentation at Jeremy's trial and in his statements should be there were 4 bodies upstairs. That's what they said. Something very strange had gone on. Dead bodies don't move.
Five members of an affluent family have been brutally murdered in Essex. Police originally believed the daughter, Sheila Caffell, who suffered with mental illness, had killed her family and then herself. But in one of the most sensational twists in criminal history, the surviving relative, Jeremy Bamber, has been found guilty of the crime. Continually protesting his innocence, Bamber has spent over 25 years appealing his conviction. Now, vital documents from the investigation have surfaced after years of appealing by Bamber and his legal team. They reveal alarming contradictions in the case. One issue under scrutiny are differing accounts on the location of the bodies.
The question arises as to where those bodies were because we have all this evidence that 2 bodies were downstairs and 3 upstairs, whereas the scene of crime evidence report in Jeremy's trial and many other times was that 4 were found upstairs.
We have 2 dead females from bedroom. There are 2 young boys in here.
Theories suggest that as the team of 6 armed officers moved through the house, something unexpected happened.
There was a commotion, and one of the police officers, in his witness statement, refers to that. And his interpretation, or his explanation, is there was movement upstairs.
What were the noises mentioned in the statement? The document goes on to suggest it could have been movement from another officer. But by the time other police attended the scene, 4 bodies, not 3, were upstairs. The prosecution in the trial was resolute. Neville Bamber was discovered in the kitchen, the twins in their beds, and June and Sheila in the main bedroom upstairs. Some theories suggest Sheila moved from the kitchen up to the bedroom via one of the farm's 3 staircases, whilst the police were searching other areas of the house, having only injured herself with the first gunshot wound. Forensic photographs taken around 10 a.m. show Sheila's blood was still running from her wounds. 2 statements also say this. Added to that, her body did not have livor mortis, suggesting she had not been dead for a long period of time. The prosecution claimed she would have died by 3:30 a.m., 6.5 hours earlier. Jeremy had been outside with police since 3:45 that morning.
Something had gone wrong. Why were the accounts so different?
Further documents suggest the extended family found the silencer in the gun cupboard at a different time than originally thought.
We find record of David Bufler giving a silencer to the police on 11th of September. And the record in that particular log includes the statement that he said he'd found it in the cupboard.
But other statements show a silencer was discovered almost a month earlier, on the 10th of August.
The problem is, how and why did the second silencer appear? Because the prosecution case was so simple. There could only have been one. That's what they said. It's one they claim Sheila could not have shot herself with if it was on the end of a rifle. But now we have, looking at September, a second silencer.
So 2 documents show a silencer was collected on the 11th of September, but other family statements contradict these, saying one was found over a month earlier, on the 10th of August. Which account is true? Were 2 silencers in fact found? There are 2 differing dates of discovery and 2 reference numbers given by police. Yet only one silencer was ever discussed at Jeremy's trial.
Now, don't ask me what all this means. It does mean the reality is not what was produced at Jeremy's trial and helped secure his conviction.
Records also reveal officers searched the gun cupboard shortly after the murders.
The police had looked. They had carried out very thorough investigations and they had not found these items.
A main element of the prosecution was that a silencer must have been on the murder weapon on the night of the killings. But Jeremy Bamber has always stated that this could not have been the case. From letters he has written during his appeal campaign, he believes there was never such a device on the gun. A .22 rifle is a low-caliber gun. Bamber also explains that even without a silencer, these make less noise when fired than other higher-caliber weapons. At trial, the jury was told that a silencer had been attached to the murder weapon, making it impossible for Jeremy's sister to have taken her own life.
As for the issue of the silencer, Jeremy's defence team have conducted experiments. Prosecution alleged that Sheila's arms were too short and the gun plus silencer too long for her to have committed suicide. We now know that is not the case. We have the evidence, and you can show it.
The silencer sound moderator debate continues. It did form a large part of the trial in relation to the scratch discovered on the mantel.
The prosecution made a great play on the evidence of the scratch mark and how it implicated Jeremy Bamber in the murders that took place in the farmhouse.
Now Peter Southurst, a photographic expert, has been given access to the crime scene images to analyse.
On the original scene of crime pictures taken on the day of the incident, the police photographer had not actually picked up that there was a scratch on the mantelpiece at all. The relatives of Jeremy Bamber had told the police that they'd discovered this mark. The scratch mark itself was quite deep and would have produced a fair quantity of wood and paint which would have dropped onto the carpet if it had been there. So there's no sign of any debris at all in an area which I'd expect to see debris.
Mr. Southurst has also made a startling discovery as to when the scratch mark was actually made.
I was able to demonstrate using life-size pictures that the marks underneath the mantelpiece that I would have expected to see were not there, and therefore the scratch had been put there after the original scene of crime photograph had been taken. If we say that the scratch marks didn't appear on the original scene of crime, and therefore the silencer was not implicated in that, we can take the silencer out of the case altogether, and that alters the entire complexion of it.
If the scratch was not on the mantel at the time of the murders, a large part of Jeremy Bamber's trial is flawed. The theory was that a violent struggle had taken place in the kitchen between Jeremy and his father. The silencer scratching the mantel in the process. The prosecution stated Sheila could not have fought with Neville Bamber. He would have simply overpowered her. Yet Neville was sat down when he died.
Poor Neville eventually died sitting on a chair, leaning forward. There's nothing in that tragic, ghastly picture that demands or refutes Sheila who did the deed.
Also, the jury was told that the blood examined in the silencer was a mixture of human and animal. The human being Sheila's, with the presence of the enzyme AK1. Supporting the argument she could not have killed herself, then placed the device back in the gun cupboard.
The blood that was found in the silencer, which allegedly was found in the gun cupboard 2 or 3 days after, had some blood deposit in it. They are totally inconclusive. There is no absolute forensic evidence the silencer was used at all.
The enzyme AK1 found by the forensic expert on the silencer and attributed to Sheila Caffel can in fact be found in dozens of animals, including rabbits. This was never outlined in the trial. Prior to the tragedy, Jeremy Bamber said his parents were trying to reason with his sister, suggesting she received extra help with her twin boys.
Sheila wasn't really interested in any of the options. She didn't say a lot, and I didn't add a lot to the conversation while I was stood there. But we just didn't know how to reach out. With schizophrenia, it's really difficult, and our understanding of mental illness was very limited.
Much more should have been made of the fact that Sheila, the day before the killings, was showing every sign of heading for an episode of paranoid schizophrenia, and that her psychiatrist said, given any hint that she was an inadequate mother, she could flip it, and the defense didn't pursue that enough.
You're not only telling me that I need to foster my own children!
Statements from Sheila's psychiatrist reveal how he believed her mental state could have driven her to snap if faced with losing her children. Another crucial part of Jeremy Bamber's conviction was Julie Mugford's statement. She claimed Bamber had hired a hitman, but the man in question had a cast-iron alibi. Shortly after the murders, Jeremy had ended his relationship with Julie.
They had this enormous fallout. We're talking about the last week in August, if I recall correctly.
So hurt was Julie by the breakdown of their relationship, she admitted to officers that she tried to smother Jeremy with a pillow. It took 1 month after the murders for her to go to police with her story.
She said that she was in anguish and turmoil and distressed, but she appears to have acted a very ordinary life during August.
Bamber's account of that fateful evening has never changed. Along with his father's distressed call to him in the early hours, he maintains Neville would have also made a call to police himself. Only Jeremy's call was discussed at his trial. Now, we're able to reveal this document. A phone call from Neville Bamber to police at 3:26 from White House Farm that states, "Daughter gone berserk," and "has got hold of one of my guns." The other log, 10 minutes later, is from Jeremy from his home in Goldhanger. Thousands of documents relating to the case have been placed under public interest immunity, never to be released by the police. Many articles have also been destroyed. Whatever the exact events were on the 7th of August 1985, a whole family was brutally murdered, and their remaining family has the grief to bear.
We there have presented to us a scenario wholly incompatible with the scene of crime evidence presented at Jeremy's trial. And what we are now absolutely certain of is that Jeremy's conviction is not only unsustainable, but is wrong. That Jeremy Bamber is an innocent man.
I'm absolutely convinced, unequivocally, right man is behind bars.
The thought of those two little 6-year-olds, their lives just starting, being shot in such a calculating and terrible way, is still upsetting now.
Shortly after the massacre, Neville and June's extended family inherited the Bamber estate, and the Eatons moved into White House Farm. The family stand by the original conviction and continue to make their voices heard in the media.
Why is that? Because no one wins. We all lose. I'll bring them back.
Jeremy Bamber has appealed his conviction since 1986, so far to no avail. He is one of only 35 prisoners in the UK to be given a whole life tariff. At present, he will die behind bars.